And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so we have a couple different things to talk about for tonight regarding trials, different things like that. So now I'll be switching over to the other screen so everybody can see me. Alright. Let's go here to this other window. Alright, hello everyone. It is I, Alien Spaceship, and shout out the bubbles in the background. And we are now live. Today was a very interesting trial day. There is all kinds of stuff that was being talked about and learned about. And there's different conversations about, there was a bell in the background at the family murder trial, and then we got in a conversation about bells and different ways how they work, and people that had family that constructed bells and dealt with that industry. That was very interesting. Yesterday was food, and today we saw the daughter on the stand, and we got to see Jose in his sentence. So that was really interesting to see that today, and great unity and great jokes and fun with chat. Alright, and going here. To the other window. Alright. Turn the webcam on. Alright. Alright, shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Alright, so as we have different people come through, we will do our thing with interesting facts as we have different people come through. Now, as I said, I think that it's important to have the different perspectives during the trials because... Oh, hello, Zero. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome. Oh, hello, Aaron. It's great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm glad to see you as well, my friend. And also to you, Zero. I hope everybody's having a great day so far. And now we are in the evening. So, we are going to go over some things with the trial conversations that we have. And Zero says, I was in the trial chat earlier. You better not get any backlash from me being there. Narrows eyes. Scared. Alright, and Lori says, I am listening, going to drive home, and then cook up a big pot of pork veggie stew. Good to see you, Alien, and Mad Chatters. I like that, Mad Chatters. Okay, Lori, well, glad to have you around. Thank you for letting us know. Okay. Now we will go over here to some interesting facts, and then we'll get into the trial review. Where I am, it's rainy today. It's been pretty rainy, and it has been... I like overcast weather. I like it. Although it doesn't happen as often this year, but I do like it. Now, some people have overcast weather all the time, and that it will be disputable what people think about those types of weather. And today, we had an interesting conversation about food a little bit too, and I had some nice soup today. So that was nice. Now, because I know you'll tell me if you get any shiyot. You're a Cajun and don't pull punches. This is why we get along. Yes, you're absolutely. And I'm glad that I have you on my side. Thank you. And I'm going to tell you all about some 10 unsolved cases before we get into the other parts. So here we go. Jack the Ripper, which is a famous unsolved case that has never happened. Oh, you had more rain in the last month than all summer. Okay, interesting. Okay. So it was looking a little bit. Our grass is green and we have flowers growing. Oh, well. Oh, that's nice to have the flowers green. I mean, the grass green and the flowers growing. I have some flowers that are blooming right now because of autumn, because they annually bloom in autumn. And I also have this. The grass has been kind of getting stale looking because it wasn't raining as much, but now they're getting more green because it's raining more frequently. So that is something pretty cool. As I said, the soup was nice today, and talking in the chat about clocks and bells, that was pretty nice too. All right. And a lot of the animals like to some of the cats like to hang out in the rain, some other ones like to go in, other animals just kind of hide and come out at night. Now, Jack the Ripper is the famous case. So aliens who ordered 10 million gallons of hair gel leaves the crate in storage room 23C964. That was me, Zero. I'm the one that ordered all that. So I'm glad that it came in. I'll be looking forward in that room. Thank you. Now, so that is about the weather, and I told you all yesterday about the hurricane. Two of the hurricanes are going to be orbiting around each other, and they may split apart before they go inland. If they're not, they just may go out to the ocean again. But so that was about the hurricanes yesterday. It was interesting to talk about, and the notorious case that has never been solved was Jack the Ripper's number one. In 1888, an unidentified shield leader terrorized the Whitechapel district of London, brutally murdering and mutilating at least 5 women. The leader killer, named Jack the Ripper, sent taunting letters to the police and local press despite a massive manhunt. Ripper was never caught, and his identity remains one of the world's most enduring and chilling criminal mysteries. Now, I believe us as a team can solve any crime, because we do very good together with that. Now, in these time periods, if we go like in a time machine, I'm sure we could have solved these cases. Now, because I usually have like my dinner at lunch and lunch and dinner because of the live streams, and I had some nice soup, and I had some croutons, and I put some of the spices in it that we have here. And those that are eating food, I'm curious what y'all are cooking for dinner, out of curiosity, if y'all want to mention it. All right. Now, the black Dahlia. In 1947, severely mutilated and biscuited body of 22-year-old Elizabeth Short was found in a park in Los Angeles. The gruesome nature of the murder and intense media coverage cemented her name, the Black Dahlia, and made the case one of the most famous unsolved homicides in U.S. history. John Benet Ramsey. In 1996, murder of 6-year-old child beauty queen John Benet Ramsey in her Boulder, Colorado home gripped the nation. Her parents, John Patsy Ramsey, reported her missing after finding a ransom note, and John Benet's body was discovered in family's basement later that day. The baffling case remains unsolved and continues to generate intense public speculation. Zero said, I also got a strange order of 3,000 pounds. Looks puzzled. Where you want, where you want it? You got a strange order for 30,000. I want the strange order in the upper floor in room 59231. I'm glad. Oh, it's interesting that one came in. It's good to know. D.B. Cooper. In 1971, a man using the Alice D.B. Cooper hijacked a Boeing 727 airplane, demand, and received a 200,000 ransom and parachuted from a plane over the Pacific Northwest. The FBI investigated the case for decades, but the Coopers' identity and fate have never been definitely determined. Understood, Zero. Thank you. The Tylenol murders. In 1982, 7 people in Chicago area were died after ingesting Tylenol capsules laced with potassium cyanide. The poisoning triggered nationwide recall and led to the invention of tamper evidence packaging for over-the-counter drugs. Despite an extensive investigation, the culprit was never caught. Oh, hello, Mary Fitz. I'm glad you're able to come here. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for telling us hello. I thought it was funny the Marvel movies make Cooper out to be Loki, bursts into laughter. Oh, oh yeah, that's a very good movie. Yeah, that's funny. Wait, why is YouTube being a cuck and ass alien if they solved the Zodiac murder? Yeah. Yeah, so I know, right? What is up with that? So the the Zodiac one, that certainly is a good question about that. And that one definitely was the first case I've ever heard of. And that is the generation that's what was generated by the thing. And that is a very good question, Zero, that I want to know myself. Scared. They think that it was a person. Mary said, and Johnson & Johnson stock took a nosedive over Tylenol. Ah, okay. Okay. Thank you for that. I didn't know about that. All right. So the situation with this is that there's a suspect for the Zodiac murders. I watched a movie last year about it, and they just didn't catch the guy because he passed away before they could figure out if it was him or not. But they never really found out who it was, but they had different speculations about it. All right. Okay, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart. In 1937, American aviation pioneer Amelia Earhart and navigator Fred Nonan attempted to fly around the world. Their plane vanished over the Central Pacific Ocean, and no trace of them or their aircraft was ever found. Earhart's disappearance remains one of the most enduring mysteries in aviation history. Mary said, glad I don't have Tylenol stock right now. Scared. Yeah, and anything could happen to anybody, or anything could be contaminated. So even those that we would trust the most could have a problem with that. Yeah. Oh, hello, Pussycat. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream as we talk about different urban legends and unsolved cases. Thank you. And Pussycat, I hope that your cats are doing okay. And my weather is kind of rainy today, but I like the different air I mean, the different weather that we have here with the rain. Some places it rains all the time. Yeah. Right, it says, I used to own Amelia Earhart luggage in 60 years ago. Oh, thank you for the information. I wouldn't be familiar with that. Thank you. All right, the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum heist. In 1990, two men disguised as police officers gained entry to the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum in Boston, Massachusetts, and stole 13 priceless works of art, including pieces by Robert Rampant Vermeer, and the thief is considered the largest property crime in U.S. history, and painting the valued at hundreds of millions of dollars had never been recovered. Pussycat says, all good, my last kitten goes to new home tomorrow. Oh, okay. Thank you for the update. The Dyatlov Pass incident. In 1959, 9 experienced Russian hikers were died under bizarre, unsettling circumstances while on an expedition in the Ural Mountains. Their tent was found cut open from the inside, and some of the victims had suffered severe internal injuries, though their external wounds were minimal. The official explanation of avalanche was widely disputed, and theories have ranged from secret military experiments to cryptid attack. Zero says, yes, welcome to the spaceship. The lobby is directed ahead. Bathrooms on the right. Foods on the left. Begins directing the traffic. Thank you. Thank you, Zero, for helping direct the traffic in here. Okay, Mary, understood. That was a big artwork scandal. Yes, that's true. All right, the Roanoke colony. In 1587, English settlers established a colony of Roanoke Island located off the coast of present-day North Carolina. When the Governor John White returned from the supply trip to England in 1590, the entire colony had vanished. The only clue left behind was the word Coratoan, carved in the post. The fate of the lost colony had remained in American historical mystery for centuries. All right, so here is some more explanation of theories of what happened to the Roanoke colonists. All right. The Roanoke colonist fate is the mystery with several theories, most revolving around two key clues: the word Croatoan, carved into the wood post, and severe drought that impacted the colony. Reminds you of Sleepy Hollow. All right. Assimilation with Native Americans and indigenous people. The most widely accepted theory suggests that colonists split into groups and assimilated with the local Native American indigenous tribes, particularly the friendly Croatoan people on who is now in the Hatteras Island. Now, there's a situation where would the indigenous native people know about our language? Like, would they be able to write our language down? Because I know that they would be able to understand us, maybe, but I don't know if all of them knew English yet. Yes. So far, we'll see what the rest of this says, but so far it's unsolved. Yeah. Well, I'll see if there's any further details. The governor's instructions. Before returning to England for supplies, I thought they did the same thing to the Mayas. Yeah, I don't know enough about that to comment. The governor's instructions. Before returning to England for supplies, Governor John White instructed the colonists to carve their new location onto the post. He specifically asked they add Maltese cross to indicate that they were in distress. Upon return, the word Croatoan was found without a cross, giving them hope that they had relocated peacefully, or maybe they were being attacked by that tribe. I don't know. And historical accounts and DNA evidence reports from Jamestown settlers in the early 1600s claimed that Roanoke colonists were living with Native American communities. Later accounts from English explorer John Lawson describe meeting indigenous people with European features. The English-speaking ancestors' modern DNA projects that hindered by the lack of direct Roanoke samples continue to explore the potential genetic links to descendants in the Lumbee tribe, whose oral traditions claim a connection to the lost colonists. Archaeological evidence. Evacuations at Native American village sites on Hatteras Island and inland near the Albemarle Sound have uncovered English artifacts from the 16th century. This evidence, which includes items like a rapier hilt, a writing state, and early pottery, suggests at least some colonists survived among their indigenous neighbors. Interesting. Massacre by hostile tribes or Spaniards. Less supported theories is that the colonists were wiped out by a hostile force. The Powhatan massacre. Jamestown colonists heard rumors that the powerful chief Powhatan had massacred the settlers in 1607. However, the historian generally discarded this theory because there was no sign of struggle, massacre, or graves when White returned. Conflict with Algonquin tribes. Tensions with certain Algonquin tribes had high after previous failed English colony had deleted killed local chiefs. However, Governor White's discovery that the fort and the house were dismantled rather than hastily abandoned makes a surprise attack less likely. Yet that is the Mayas evolved beyond requirement for human forms. At least that's what I read somewhere. Oh, Zero, thank you. I didn't know that. All right. A Spanish attack. The Spanish, wary of an English settlement in North America, sent expeditions to find and destroy the colony. While a Spanish captain did explore the Outer Banks in 1588, he found no sign of the colony. Starvation and disease and the environment. Famine. Oh, she says Al Gong Q. No. Kaween on. Okay, thanks for the pronunciation. Try this again. Al Gong Kiwi on. Okay, thanks. Extreme drought. In 98, study of tree rings from bald cypress trees revealed that the worst drought in 800 years occurred between 1587 and 1589, just after the colonists arrived. This would have made agriculture nearly impossible for the English and strained the resources of their Native American indigenous allies. The colonists likely would have had no choice but abandon the settlement to find food and water elsewhere. No burials. John White did not find any graves which would have been present if the entire colony had succumbed to a mass epidemic or famine. Hello, Frog. Good evening. Welcome to the chat. Attempt to sail to England. Another theory is the colonists attempted to return to England on their own and were lost at sea. The challenging waters and poor sailing skills of the non-mariner colonists make this plausible, however. With their fort and houses dismantled, this points to a planned rather than desperate departure. Yes, they're not entirely sure exactly what happened. For one, America's oldest unsolved mysteries, many far-fetched theories have emerged to explain the disappearances of Roanoke colonists. Most of these rely on supernatural explanations, ignoring the archaeological and historical evidence supporting the Native American assimilation or relocation. Alien abduction. That's interesting. A popular sci-fi theory is that the colonists were abducted by aliens and taken to another planet or dimension. Adherents to this idea point to lack of bodies and signs of struggle at the statements as evidence of an unexplained technologically advanced force. Interesting. These are just very, very, very far-fetched theories about it. Other theories suggest that supernatural, paranormal, or demonic explanations fueled by the colonists' sudden and complete disappearance. Witchcraft and curses. Indigenous beliefs in witchcraft and black magic on the Outer Banks were documented in the 16th century, leading to some to theorize supernatural curse was placed on the colonists. Witchcraft and curses. Indigenous beliefs in witchcraft and black magic in the Outer Banks were documented in the 16th century, leading some to theorize a supernatural curse was placed on the colonists. Scared. A Jealous Witch, a 1901 poem, an urban legend, reimagined the story of Virginia Dare, the English child born in the Americas. In his version of a jealous witch turns Virginia into a white deer. Scared. Oh, a zombie outbreak. Among more gruesome and modern-day speculation theories is the idea of a zombie outbreak. This theory suggests that colonists became infected, leading to cannibalism and eventually decomposition of the infected, which is why no bodies or graves were found, while the far-fetched is inspired by the fact that starvation and cannibalism did occur in later colonies, most notably in Jamestown. So, it is possible that there was a Timu zombie outbreak and they were doing cannibalism and eating each other. Scared. The Dare Stones. Forgeries of misinterpretations of historical artifacts have also given rise to the other far-fetched theories. During the 1930s, a series of stones known as the Dare Stones were discovered. One of these, allegedly from Governor White's daughter, Eleanor Dare, described murder and massacre of the hands of the Native Americans. Oh, really, Lori? Thank you for letting us know. While an initial stone's authenticity is still debated, nearly 50 others that appeared soon after the confirmed to be forgeries, undermining reliability of the story. Relocation to another secret colony. Some theories, while more grounded in historical possibility that the paranormal, are still considered a long shot because of the lack of evidence. One such theory suggests that the colonists survived and were taken to a friendly Native American indigenous group, with some eventually being found decades later by Blackbeard's crew and resettling in other locations. All right, so with some eventually being found decades later by Blackbeard's crew resettling to other locations. However, no solid evidence has ever emerged to support the theory of Roanoke. Now, we're going to look at what evidence was there that the colonists simulated with the Croatoan. All right. Multiple pieces of evidence include historical accounts and recent archaeological findings support that the theory that Roanoke colonists assimilated with the Croatoan people on Hatteras Island. Historical context of the accounts. The carved clue: when Governor John returns to Roanoke in 1590, he found the word Croatoan carved in the wood and post. Without distress signal they had agreed upon, White interpreted that this meant the colonists had moved peacefully to live with the Croatoan tribe. He attempted to sail to Hatteras Island to find them, but a storm forced the crew to turn back. Friendly relations. The Croatoan people under the chief Manteo had a history of amicable relations with the English. Manteo had even traveled to England twice after a drought strained relations with other tribes. The Croatoan remained the colonists' only allies. Later sightings. In the early 1700s, English explorer John Lawson reportedly meeting Native Americans on Hatteras Island, with gray or blue-eyed, who told them their ancestors could speak out of a book. In the same period, Jamestown colonists also had heard rumors that the Roanoke survivors were living with Native American communities. Are archaeological findings. Mixed artifacts. Excavations on Hatteras Island had uncovered thousands of artifacts demonstrating a blend of English and Native American cultures. Archaeologists with the Croatoan Archaeological Society have found 16th century English items such as parts of the sword, rings, and writing slates in the same soil layers as Native American pottery and arrowheads. Hammer scale evidence. In 25, archaeologists announced that discovery of buckets of hammer scale flakes of iron from forging metal at a former Native American village site on Hatteras Island. Since the Native Americans at the time did not have blacksmithing traditions, provides a strong evidence that English metalworkers lived in the island for decades. Writing tools. The discovery of a small slate writing tablet and lead pencil on Hatteras points the presence of a literate Europeans in the area. The tablet, marked with a tiny letter M, is similar to the larger version found at Jamestown. These are considered personal items unlikely to have been traded. Unusual artifacts. Other European artifacts found at Hatteras Island that would have been difficult to trade, like sword hilt and glass shards, further support the idea of continued English presence. Then we have the genetic links. DNA projects. While DNA projects have explored potential links, descendants of the modern day Lumbee tribe, a major hurdle has been the lack of DNA from the original Roanoke colonists to use for comparison. Mixed lineage. The historical account of indigenous peoples with European features supports the theory that intermarriage occurred, leading to descendants with mixed English Native American lineage. Yeah, these are things that I never even knew about. I didn't know that there's such in-depth theories about this. All right. Now, let's see what exactly this tribe is. I'm curious to know. Right here. The Croatoan tribe were the Algonquian speaking Native American tribe who lived in what is now known as Hatteras Island, part of North Carolina's Outer Banks. For centuries, the tribe has been associated with the lost colony of Roanoke because of the word Croatoan. Found carved on the gatepost of the abandoned settlement, the assimilation theory posits that the colonists moved from Roanoke Island to live with the friendly Croatian, who were led by Chief Manteo. Key attributes of the Croatoan on Hatteras Island. A peaceful alliance with the English. Unlike some of the neighbors, the Croatan maintained the amicable relationship with English settlers. Chief Manteo even journeyed to England twice, acted as a liaison. Archaeological site at Cape Creek, the Croatians made town was likely located near the Cape Creek on Hatteras Island in what is today the community of Buxton. This site has been the focus of extensive archaeological exploration. Every European artifact. Since 2009, Croatian Archaeological Society and University of Bristol had been working together on the Croatian archaeological project on Hatteras Island. They have unearthed the 16th century European artifacts, such as pieces of the rapier sword, a Nuremberg token, and the writing slate along the Native American items. Evidence of assimilation. Archaeological finds of blended cultures, the discovery of English artifacts, and just kind of what we talked about before, and historical accounts of the mixed race descendants and oral connections. So that is about that theory of the lost colony. And I'm interested to see what this place looks like. Go over here. go here. All right, Hatteras Island. That's some of the view of it. Lori said alien. I think it's pronounced Toan. Crows and toes. Yeah, that interesting word right there. Yeah, I mean, thank you for pronunciation, Lori. And I think that, as I was almost wanting to say Croatian, but I know that's not even the word. Yeah, but that is this island that they're speaking of, and that's why they weren't able to go to it, because it was in this remote island, so they couldn't really confirm or deny that there are people left to this other location. Crows and toes. Scared. Something like out of the Alan Poe movies and stuff, because he liked the Ravens. Oh, hello, Todd. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, especially with the dark atmosphere and the different movies, like the dark stories and stuff like that. These different tribes. And then colonies, some pictures of it. Probably not really there anymore, but that is like an idea of what it was like. It reminds me of Sleepy Hollow. That's what it reminds me of. Alright. Yeah, Lori said Alien is preparing us for the spooky season. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, definitely. Alright, and Todd says, Alien, did you hear about the former FBI director James Comey was federally indicted tonight? I didn't know about that, Todd. Thank you for the update. Oh, it looks like things getting heated up with that. Thank you. I'm getting all ready for the spooky season. We're going to go over some more mysteries. And just for the record, James Comey was federally indicted tonight. Todd has told us the news about that. Thank you, Todd. Alright, so here we go with some more of me pronouncing words that I may not completely know to pronounce. So let's dive into this. The Voynich manuscript. The 15th century codex is truly baffling puzzle. Its 240 pages are filled with undeciphered text in an unknown language, and bizarre illustrations of plants, astrological charts, and naked figures. Numerous linguistics and code breakers and computer scientists have tried to fail to translate the manuscripts. Its purpose and origin remain completely enigma. And also, Todd, there is other newer trials that happened recently that we could also play for you that you suggested yesterday. Also, the chat and I were talking about it last night with the different trials that we could also look at. The disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. Scared. A powerful American labor union leader vanished on July 30, 1975, after a scheduled meeting with the mafia figures at a restaurant in suburban Detroit. He was declared legally deleted dead in 1982, but his body has never been found, though it's widely believed he was deleted killed by mafia. The details that was happened to him and where he was buried remain a topic of intense speculation. Yeah, that is a situation that might be a little bit scared. Okay, and we have the Mary Celeste in 1872. American brigantine Mary Celeste was discovered adrift and in good condition in the Atlantic Ocean. Near the Arizos, her cargo was intact and there were no signs of a struggle, yet the ship was completely abandoned by its crew and passengers. All of the 10 people on board were never seen again, sparking a maritime mystery with endless theories from mutiny to attacks by the sea monsters. Interesting. I have not heard about this one. I mean, maybe I heard about something like this, but it was kind of like the Flying Dutchman. Maybe I have heard of this. Yeah, I think I heard this before. Imagine the ghost ship just floating by itself in the middle of the ocean. Yeah, scared. Also, there is the Bermuda Triangle. This region in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean is notorious for its unexplained disappearances of enormous ships and aircraft. The most famous incident is the loss of Flight 19, a squadron of the U.S. bombers in 1945 while making skeptics cite natural causes and frequency. An unusual nature and disappearances fuel speculation about paranormal or extraterrestrial involvement. Wow signal. In 1977, the Big Ear radio telescope at Ohio State University picked up a powerful 72-second radio signal from deep space. The technician monitoring the data was stunned. He circled the anomaly and wrote "Wow" on the computer printout. The signal was never detected again, and the sources remain a mystery, making it one of the strongest indications for a message from intelligent extraterrestrial life. So, WoW calling from deep space. I'm scared. The Tunguska event on June 30, 1908. Massive explosion flattened over 800 square miles of forests, a remote part of Siberia. The event, estimated to be more powerful than the largest thermonuclear weapon ever detonated, it is widely believed to have been caused by a meteoroid or comet. However, no impact or crater was ever found, leaving an exact nature of the event subject to debate. Because especially back in the past when people didn't have the type of technology we have now to detect things like this, it would be very strange to, especially if it's technology they weren't familiar with, to try to figure out like how to maneuver the situation. On June 7, 1992, three women, Cheryl Leavitt, her daughter Oh, hello, Moki. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. On June 7, 1992, three women, Cheryl Leavitt and her daughter Susie Stelter and her friend Stacy McCall, vanished from a home in Springfield, Missouri, where no signs of a struggle and women's purses, cars were left behind. Investigators believe they were abducted but not arrested, have ever been made, and no trace of the woman has ever been found. Right now we're talking about some unsolved cases and some strange mysteries that have happened like in this country, especially the island where they had the missing colony, where they think they integrated with a indigenous native tribe, and different things like that. And we were just talking about this situation where there's a signal from deep space. Someone said wow, and they do not know who or what it came from, but that was something interesting. It was a sign of extraterrestrial life, possibly. In February 2004, nursing student Mara Murray crashed her car into the desolate New Hampshire road. A passing bus driver offered to call for help, but she refused, claiming she had already called a roadside assistance service. When the police arrived... Oh, another new trial tomorrow. Thank you, Moki. Right, Joe said, how are you doing, Alien Chat? Hope all smooth sailing and feeling good. Yeah, Joe, we're feeling good. Everything's going well in the spaceship, thank you. We're having some conversations about the trial we watched today and some mysteries. Florida versus Daniel Stearns. Oh, okay, Moki, understood, thank you. I'll be interested to see that tomorrow. A passing bus driver offered to call for help, but she refused, claiming that she already called a roadside assistance service. When police arrived 10 minutes later, she was gone. The mysterious details surrounding her disappearances included what was left behind her car have captivated online detectives and true crime fans for years. Now, I will say earlier today we had another good stream, and me and Robert Hedro were talking about bells, because his family did stuff with bells, and talking about it was interesting to see the verdict, and thank you, Moki, for telling us when the verdict was in for the Jose trial, and there was dispute about if he should get the death penalty or not in the chat, and we got to see the daughter on the stand, and the family murder trial, and we got to see I peeked at, towards the end, I saw the other trial it's a little more gruesome trial with the young person, because that was the only thing that was on, just kind of in the chat. And that was it for the day with the trials that we were watching. It was a couple of them on, and tomorrow we have a new one. All right, Joe Comey to appear for arraignment on 10-9 for obstruction and false statements. He's posturing for trial. Oh, thank you, Joe, for the information. Yeah, earlier, that's what Todd told us earlier. Yeah. The Somerton man, the Tamam Shud case. In 1948, unidentified man's body was discovered at Somerton Beach in Adelaide, Australia, and he carried no defecation, and all the libels were removed from his clothing. His case gained international attention when a secret pocket in his trousers yielded a tiny piece of paper with persistent named Taman Shud, meaning it is finished. The day of the man's identity of his death remained unknown. And about James Comey, we'll talk about that. Let's go here. Former FBI Director James Comey was indicted by federal grand jury in Virginia on September 25 on charges of making false statements and obstruction of related testimony he gave to Congress in 2020. Details of the indictment. The charges: Comey faces 2 counts of based on September 30, 2020 testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee. False statements. The indictment alleges Comey lied when he stated under oath that he had not authorized anyone at the FBI to be more of an anonymous source, newspapers report. Trevor Trumoki, plenty. I agree with you all about him being guilty. Yeah. Trevor Trumoki, plenty of record and proof of ill intent prior, during, the post date. Bad move, not pleading guilty or no contest. This charge relates to the same testimony. Accusations of political motivation. The charges were filed just days after President Donald Trump publicly presented Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute Comey and other political opponents. The indictment was brought by Lindsay Halligan, a new U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, who had previously served as Trump's personal lawyer. Comey's response. In a video posted to Instagram, Comey said he had a great confidence in the federal judicial system and would go to trial to prove his innocence. Controversy surrounding prosecution, although, remember, this is from the internet, what the internet says. The case is expected to face charges, with Comey's lawyers likely to argue it is selective and vindictive process. One federal prosecutor involved in the case reportedly resigned last week after casting doubt in the evidence in the statute of the limitations of the alleged actions was set to expire on September 30, 2025. All right. That is the situation with Comey. And judicial. Oh, okay, yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. The judicial. Thank you. I kept on saying it incorrectly. Thank you for the pronunciations. Okay, so. Alright, so I'm going to go over the trial today, what we looked at today. Lori said, Alien, just so you know, I'm not being a grammar Nazi Karen, just helping. That's funny. Well, thank you for helping. I certainly need you for that on board the spaceship. I appreciate it very much. All right. So I'm going to be going over a summary about the trial today. Now, today she was on the stand, and Anna was making some very good commentary about it because she has studied, has observed many, what you call interrogations and things like that about crime stuff and the way these women act on the stand. She was saying yesterday in chat. So it was great to see today the daughter on the stand in that trial. And I'd say pretty much everybody agrees on it. It's a good mystery case, as I said. Yeah. Yes, Lori. All right. So I'll be summarizing the trial that my companions and I watched today. In the trial of Mississippi versus Jeffrey Spence, day 2 of the plotting parents murder trial concluded on September 25, 25. The prosecution alleges that Jeffrey Spence, along with his wife Karen and daughter Caitlin, murdered Caitlin's boyfriend Kirby Carpenter in November 22. The state claims the motive was to steal Carpenter's valuable collection of gold, silver, and cash. Caitlin Spencer testifies. Caitlin Spencer, victim's girlfriend, of the stand on Thursday. She had previously pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact in April 25 and agreed to testify against her father in exchange for a suspended 20-year prison sentence. Karen Spence's plea deal just before trial started. Jeffrey's wife, Caitlin's mother, Karen Spence, also accepted the plea deal. She pleaded guilty to accessory after the fact to grand larceny and received a suspended 10-year prison sentence. She also expected to testify. And these testifications are very important. Yeah, I know, it's wild. It's wild. Day 1 opening statements. On day 1, the prosecution opened the statement alleging that Jeffrey Spence was motivated by money and greed and was the one who was pulled the trigger. The defense, however, claimed Jeffrey was in Virginia on the day of the murder, and the Carpenter's high-risk lifestyle and shady dealings with precious metals led to his death. Yeah, I know, right, Joe? All right. The body and crime scene. An investigator testified about finding the carpenter's body hidden under a curtain and toolbox behind his garage. The scene showed drag marks and a single gunshot wound. Missing valuables. Carpenter, a dealer in precious metals, was known to keep large quantities of gold, silver, and cash at his home. After his deletion death, valuables were missing and locks and safe codes were changed. Silver coins in Jeffrey's car. During the initial search, Carpenter's mother reportedly found a bag of silver coins belonging to her son in a trunk of Jeffrey's car. Silver is a very good metal of a conductor of heat. I've had silver like in a mailbox before, and it feels like hot pancakes. It could be like boiling. So, and that's why it's good with different appliances and stuff of that nature. All right. The timeline. Kirby Carpenter was allegedly murdered in 2020, November 30. December 2, 2022. Caitlin Spencer discovered and reported her boyfriend's deletion death. November 30, 2023. Jeffrey, Karen, and Caitlin were arrested. September 23, 25. Trial began in Potomac County after a change in venue from Tippah County. All right, so that is kind of like a brief summary of the trial. And as I said, very good mystery trial. It's not like necessarily guilty or innocent. You kind of have to use your head. It's not as black and white. All right, so going to this right here. Yeah, that ship. Interesting. Lori says, yes, I have to tuck in my silver necklace when I'm opening a hot oven or it burns my neck. It feels like burning. Yeah, and Laura, you and I are familiar with roofing, and my grandpa had lots of tools and sheet metal and things like that. And the metal you touch can be hot, but it's not like scalding hot. But when I was touching hot silver, I was like, oh, this is something interesting to me. That a piece of metal being so hot, just being in the sun for a little bit. Yeah. It could definitely be a great conductor of heat. That's what one of my friends was telling me at the trial, that they have to, with the silver chain, they have to watch out because it can heat up their neck. Yeah. And yeah, so that's a summary of one of the trials we're watching, and also with Jose. Jose was this person who, I'm trying to think, because I have watched it today and the whole week, but he murdered his pregnant mistress and the child, and he has been sentenced today to the deletion death penalty. Joe said, agree. Silver is good to buy and hold, essential for circuitry, and inefficient to recycle and refine, so the value will skyrocket shortly. Yeah, and silver, I remember in the earlier 2020s, it was going from $18 to $20, and now it's 45 today. So it's still cheap, but it has gone up, and gold is, over 3 grand. It's at its highest peak. So I definitely do believe that silver has room to grow. And speaking of silver, I'm going to talk about that. Let's see, you know what? Something I want to talk about, first of all, a little historical context, is about the pirates using silver. We talk about pirates here a lot. There we go. All right, so pirates and people in ancient times, before that, and even times of the Bible and before the Bible, people used to have silver and gold. And they thought that silver had magical properties to it. And silver can disinfect water that's contaminated. It can keep milk fresh. The cowboys used to put it in a canteen to keep the water purified. So to keep it not contaminated. The iconic piece of 8, a Spanish silver coin, was most common currency for pirates during the golden age of piracy. Spanish silver was so prevalent because Spain produced it. Oh, the white man, shout out to you. Thank you for all you do, and it's good to see you. Silverware doesn't harbor germs. Right, yes. That is also true. And we see a lot of silverware being used, all the time. And that's another good point to make. Because of Spain produced it in massive quantities. For mines in Mexico and Peru, pirates primarily used silver coins for commerce and payment, but also stole it as bullion and trade goods. Joe said, yep, they'll utilize silver and circuitry for affordability and expanded profit margins very soon. Probably will double in the next year. Yes, very good prediction, Joe. Lori said, I don't like gold for some reason, but I love silver. Probably the Faye in me a little. Yeah. Now, silver is used in solar panels. Now, gold is used in things too. Gold is used in electronics too. And like people would go get an iPhone or a smartphone and they would take the gold out of it, or a calculator. Like if you got a bunch of calculators and a bunch of phones, you could take the little piece of gold out of it and then melt it down, and you have a little piece of gold that was accumulated from a bunch of different electronical devices. So gold is used in electronics too. But silver is used, or an industrial metal, and is used a lot in all these different appliances and technology, and especially solar panels. And they want to have people go green, and there's a lot of solar panels and different solar technology, you would push a lot of demand for silver, but there's theories that there's not enough silver to meet the demand that they need. Now, there is tons of silver, but the thing is that the they might want to do more than what they have, or at least above ground, because people debate about it. But the silver came here from meteorites and asteroids that came and crashed into our planet. So there's theories that it's not as widespread as gold, because gold is recycled quite frequently. And it's still the most valuable metal, of course, and nice and shiny and used for many things. But so I'm not saying that gold is worthless or anything like that. But still, silver I think is just undervalued. It's not recycled as much, and it's used in all kinds of things. It's also used for jewelry, as chat mentioned. And I think silver is a very beautiful, nice, pure, clean metal. And my ancestors liked silver. So both metals, but basically I do think I also have the same fascination with silver as well. Joe says silver is also naturally deletes, kills bacteria and microbes, can't grow. Silver impregnated thread is used in clothing and elsewhere for that specific property. Yes, that is true. Very well done. Thank you. And yeah, so pirates like silver, just as they like gold, but gold is just kind of seen more and used more a lot. And Lori said, well, that explains it. It's from the stars, like me, although I'd say us, but I don't warm. Yeah. Yeah, we're all from the stars. And it comes from the alien realms. Yeah. Joe says, yes, and gold maintains its properties when being recycled. Silver can degrade through electrolysis, and heat, moisture, and humidity. Oh, you don't want to presume for others, yes. But I will say that I also come from that too. The silver galaxies. I also identify with it. And the Spanish silver was universal currency. Widespread acceptance. The value of gold and silver was based on its purity and weight, not in countries of origin, making silver coins an acceptable and universal currency in the major port cities. Dominant in Americas, as Spain was the dominant colonial power in Caribbean and Americas. Its silver release, the pesos, were the most common coins in circulation. And Lori's was saying that about the typing correctly. Yeah, sometimes I will, speaking for myself only, I'll have Timu moments of typing. I can't speak for others. Sometimes the conversation is extremely exciting and you just want to get the information out as quick as possible. So it could be many things. Scared. Alright. The pieces of 8. The most well-known silver coin was the silver 8 real coin, or piece of 8, which was worth 8 release. The coin was standard, and it became the basis of the first U.S. silver dollars. Pirates use silver for payments and trade. Scared. Imagine that, like you're on a pirate ship, and they pay you with silver. Wouldn't that just be amazing? And you don't have like the fiat currency, which I do think that it has a fiat currency. You know, if you need something for $5, you just give them a $5 bill. So fiat currency has its uses. But, like, they didn't give you fiat currency. They gave you a tangible asset to trade. And Joe says, werewolves and vampires and others are pervious to silver, not gold. Just saying. It's good stuff, but bad stuff, yeah. Bad stuff hates it. Yeah. That it has purity to it. Buying supplies. Yeah, scared. Yeah, scared's funny. Buying supplies. The pirates used their shares of silver to purchase necessities in pirate-friendly havens. Port Royal in Jamaica, and Nassau. And the Bahamas where were famous for their black market economies, where pirates could buy supplies or trade stolen goods for more silver. Trading valuable goods. While gold and jewels were desirable, most pirates plundered trade goods like spices, textiles, and sugars. They would then trade these goods for silver at a pirate haven. So I guess that was like their pawn shops. So they would take the loot and then plunder it and then sell it off. Silver transportation made it a major target. Silver trade routes. In the 16th and 17th century, Spanish galleons transported vast amounts of silver from colonies in the Americas back to Spain. These treasure ships were prime target for pirates and privateers. High value shipments. Spanish silver fleets known to flotas were regularly laden with immense wealth in the form of silver coins and bars, making them ultimate prize for pirates. Smuggling illegal trade. Pirates were part of a vast network of illicit trade. They relied on corruption port officials and merchants who would buy their stolen silver and goods for a fraction of their value, allowing them to remain anonymous. That's another thing, that the silver was being smuggled around, and it was, you can't really detect. Like, say if somebody stole the pearls necklace, but they have silver, so they can't really tell where it came from. All right, and what was the risk? This question: what was the risk and challenges of transporting and using silver for pirates? Both gold, both gold and silver are were considered sacred. Gold sun, the masculine; silver moon, the feminine. Ah, okay. Thank you, Joe. For pirates, transporting and using silver came with significant risk and challenges despite its desirability as a form of payment and trade. These difficulties range from immediate threats at sea to longer term problems with storage and spending. Risks during transportation. Spanish military convoys. To protect their treasure fleets, the Spanish organized convoy system to flotas that sailed annually with heavy armed vessels. Pirates and privateers were hesitant to attack these well guarded fleets and generally had target stranglers, making it less likely they would secure enormous hulls, seen popular culture. Rival pirates. The naval forces and high value of silver made it a target not only for European navies but also for other pirates. A successful crew returning with massive scores was vulnerable to ambush from rival ships or naval patrols hired for to eliminate the pirate threat. Shipwreck and loss at sea. Hurricanes and rough waters possess a constant threat to all ships, particularly for those carrying heavy concentrated cargo like silver. A single storm could cause the loss of a ship and its precious cargo, as seen with many historical Spanish galleons. All right. And challenges with strong storage and spending. Lack of legitimate banking options. Pirates could not simply open a bank account. Once they had stolen silver, they had to spend it quickly or find a way to hide it. The legendary image of buried treasure was a product of the desperation, as burying loot was a last resort due to the high likelihood of mutiny if the treasure wasn't divided quickly. So you have the pirates burying the treasure. That is that concept of the cat. Not the well, I did make a pirate cat that has treasure, but the concept of the buried treasure comes from that. Yeah. Risk of theft immunity. On board a pirate ship, any large store of silver was temptation for a crew. A captain who attempted to hoard or bury the collective treasure would likely face mutiny, as the crew expected their fair share of the plunder. Difficulty fencing stolen silver. The pirates relied on a network of corrupt colonial officials and merchants to convert their stolen goods into severable currency. While some friendly ports existed, they were not always reliable. Many merchants would also buy the stolen goods, including silver, for far less than their true value. Risk of being caught and executed. Spending stolen silver in ports was dangerous. If authorities discovered a person was a pirate or simply possessed large unexplained sum of money, it could lead to their capture, trial, and execution. In areas where European powers were at war, being caught with a rival's stolen good was particularly sensitive and risk situation. Inflation. The pirate economies. The introduction of large quantities of silver into a pirate haven's economy could lead to rapid inflation, meaning the value of the coin could drop considerably. The price of basic supplies, alcohol, and other pleasures would increase, so pirates' wealth was often fleeting. All right. So that's some stuff about the pirate age that they dealt with silver. Now, with the silver itself, we'll talk about it as a conductive source of heat. Silver un is an exceptional conductor of heat, processing the highest thermal conductivity of any metal. This property, along with its electrical conductivity, is due to silver's unique atomic structure, which allows its electrons to move freely and efficiently to transfer energy. Joe said, I wear silver MX925 engraved Uzbedine, one of the sharpest substances from volcanoes, sun ring around right in the middle finger, fingers of love responsible for balance. That is so cool, Joe. Thank you for sharing. I like that because I do think it's fascinating, these different properties that silver has. And it is certainly good to know these type of things and these different methods of how these different jewelry and stuff works and its meaning. How silver conducts heat. Mobile electrons. The most significant factor in silver's thermal conductivity is its single loosely held valence electron. These electrons are not tied to any single atom, instead free to move within the metal's crystal lattice. When one part of the silver is heated, these electrons absorb the kinetic energy and rapidly move through the material, colliding with other electrons and atoms to redistribute the heat. Atomic vibrations. Heat can also be transferred through the vibration of atoms in the metal lattice. In silver's tightly packed crystalline structure, these vibrants, known as phonons, can be efficiently transmitted. However, the free moving electrons are the most dominant mechanism to heat transfer. While silver is the best metallic heat conductor, the other factors determine its practical application. Copper. Most common comparison is with copper, which is nearly as conductive as silver, but far less expensive. For most applicants, the minor thermal advantage of silver is not worth the significant cost difference. Gold is also a good thermal conductor, but is less effective than silver. Its primary advantage is superior corrosion resistance, making it ideal for electronic components where tarnishing could interfere with performance. Diamond. Although not metal, the diamond is actually the best known natural thermal conductor, exceeding silver's capacity by factors of 5 or more. And these are applicants where silver's conduction is key. High-end electronics, silver is used in the thermal interface material for computer processors and other electronic components to ensure efficient heat disposition. Solar panels is used in silver paste for photovoltaic cells to improve heat transfer and energy efficiency. Aerospace. Silver coating on parts and propulsion systems help radiate high temperatures. Cookware. In some high-end cookware, silver is used for its ability to even distribute heat across the pan surface and prevent hotspots. They've discovered amazing things using silver-laced circuitry with a laser shot through amethyst crystal. Oh, I love amethyst crystals. I didn't know that, thanks. Yeah, and with this technology, the ancient people thought it looked pretty and attractive, but it also is used for many different things. In our modern times. So, yeah, shout out to the amethyst stones. They're very cool. Okay. Now, I'm going to do is we talk about silver. It is used in solar panels. It's a very valuable metal, and it's very nice in jewelry too. I'm gonna go to the urban legends, and then I'll show some trial stuff. All right. Interesting. Let's see, you have some urban legends in Japan. Read some from this part. All right, so now we're going to be getting into some of these urban legends from different places for a little bit, as I said. And, we covered some of the trial information, some other mysteries, and this is some additional. And Lori said, "Nice, a well-rounded alien learning channel." Well, thank you, Lori. Thank you for. I appreciate that. All right. 1932, Shirokaya Department of Store of Deletion Deaths. On December 16, 1932, Shirokaya Department Store fire in Tokyo resulted in 14 deaths, including during the fire, many saleswomen in kimono were forced onto the roof of the 8-story building. Rumors later spread that some of these women refused to jump into safety nets held by firefighters on the ground. Traditionally, women did not wear undergarments with kimono and were afraid that they would be exposed and ashamed if they jumped. As a result, they were deleted, died. This news attraction led from forums far away as Europe, as it became alleged that the aftermath of the fire department management ordered the saleswomen were painless on the underwear where their kimono and trend were spread. Interesting. Contrary to this belief, the Shoei Chai Japanese customs and architecture professors at the International Research Center of Japanese Studies has denied the story of the ambivalent woman with fatal modesty. The obsidian was one of the more value more than gold or silver when placing a black obsidian surrounded by silver or gold aided drawing negative forces to be cleansed into positive. It's okay, Joe. I appreciate that fun fact. The story has been prevented in many references in books, even published by firefighting agency. Moreover, the Japanese generally believed that the Shirokaya department store fire was the catalyst for the changing fashion customs in that time. All right, there's a Sony timer. It was rumored that the Sony Corporation installed a device in all of its electronic products, causing them to fail soon after the warranties expired of an illegal form of planned obsoletes. Obsidian. Oh, thank you. This has never been sustained. While it is unlikely Sony would explicitly expiration devices to their hardware. The Sony timer has also been taken to mean the Sony manufacturer's device to withstand just enough to use to necessitate a new line. At the annual shareholders meeting in 2007, and President Roy Ojai Chabashi said he was aware of the term Sony timer. It's obsidian. It's still used today, a surgical tool, due to its ability to hound incredibly sharpness. Well, this is interesting. The Akamanto, red cloak, is described as a male spirit who wears a red cloak and a mask which hides his face and is said to haunt public or school bathrooms and often specifically the last stall of a female bathroom. According to legend, individuals using the toilet such as bathrooms. Yes, Lori. Yes, understood. One of my subs moved over to Japan a while back. I used to talk all the time about Japanese things, and so I like doing it from time to time. And yes, I'm on my own with this one, and that is true. Scared. According to legend, individuals using a toilet in such bathrooms may be asked by Akamanto to choose between red paper or blue paper. That's interesting. Choose results to fatal lacerations or flaying, while choosing the blue option result. This reminds me of red pill or blue pill. Strangulations or extra exsanguination. Picking a color which has been offered detailed individual being dragged underwater or hell, and some accounts choosing yellow results, and a person head being pushed into the toilet, ignoring the spirit, rejecting both options offered by the spirit, escaping the bathroom, or combining the aforementioned methods are such results of individual survival. Now, there's a couple of different things you'll see on the internet where there's cursed videos or cursed commercials. Like, there's been an instance where people are watching YouTube on their TVs, and the person is talking to them through the TV, which is supposed to be impossible. And there's this person was watching with their father of a YouTube TV, and the lady started talking, and they're not supposed to do that because the ad's pre-recorded, but it was a 2-hour long video. Like, they'll have some ads that are like 4 hours long, but they have some sort of message inside of it. So there has been some incidences, even in the modern era, about that. Thanks, Joe. So there is a situation that has occurred also in addition to this, where you'll have, which y'all that were from times before I was around and when I was too young to understand. There is people used to watch, TV on those old, big TVs, which I used to watch for many years until recently. There's TV stations that would get hacked. Have any of you all experienced a TV hacking or heard of one? There's a TV hack where, like, they'll broadcast a signal into the TV channel, and like during a Super Bowl or doing a football game, something like that, and it'll be interrupted by some person with a video. So that's another incident that used to occur with the older televisions, or radio hacking too, before they had like computers and stuff, and during the time of computers too. Something I've learned in recent times. In the 1980s, Kleenex released 3 Japanese commercials for their tissues featuring a woman played by actress Kiko. See, Kiiko Matsuzaka, dressed in a white dress, and a child dressed as a Japanese ogre sitting on straw. Each advertisement had a song, It's a Final Day, by Edward Batron and Jane, playing on the background. I made a mistake of watching a horror flick once. Drowned zombie girl crawled out of the TV into living room, wet footprints in the carpet. Scared. And yes, before it was digital, waves, RF hacking, I remember. Oh, okay, Joe. Yeah. So, yeah, Lori, that's scared. It reminds me of Freddy Krueger when he would kind of come out of the Matrix and just kind of appear there. Keiko. Well, thank you. All right. Lori said, I can't believe I knew a Japanese name. Yes, very well done. Yes. The Curse of the Colonial. Alright, let's see. Kan Eru Sand Asu no Oroi is supposedly suffered by the Hanshin Tigers baseball team. Cited the curse, the cause of the poor performance of the Japan Champion Series in 1985. Fans of the Hanshin Tigers celebrated their team's first and only victory of the series in their excitement through a statue of Colonel Sanders, KFC, into the. You're sleeping with the night light on tonight. Oh, okay. Donton Borai River. For several years after the incident, the team failed with the championship. Against some fans believed that the team would never do so again until the statue was recovered. All right, let's see. There is Gazu Cowhead, also known as Oxhead, is a Japanese urban legend about a fictional story called Cowhead. Supposedly, the Cowhead story is so horrifying that people who read or hear it are overcome with fear as so great that they tremble violently for days on end until they are deleted die. The full story was broken up into fragments that, when read individually, are not lethal, but still have the power to terrify, inflict great pain and suffering upon those who read or listen to their words. Laurie said, I almost pulled a Johnny Depp and almost cut the top of my thumb off cutting up pork. Looks around Amber Heard in the kitchen. Oh, be careful, Lori. Scared. Yeah, Amber Heard, the flappy fish market herself, was lurking in your kitchen. And she must have teleported through the TV or through the cellular connection. She must have spontaneously appeared and did that. Yeah, scared. Gozu was sometimes rumored to be unpublished piece of written of the famous science fiction author Seikoyo Kamatsu, but there is no evidence to link. Another legend in Ukrainian folktale called Cow's Head exists, detailing a story of a woman who receives good fortune by offering food and shelter dismembered cowhead and visits her one night. Okay. Let's see. There's a park curse. Scared. The Inokasura park curse. In Inokasura, I'm pronouncing this wrong. Inokashira park curse. In Inokashira Park, Tokyo, there is a shrine to the goddess Benzaitine, as well as the Inokashira Pond, a lake where visitors can rent rowing boats. There is an urban legend which states that if a couple rides on a boat together, their relationship with end prematurely in some versions of the legend, happy couples who visit the park will be cursed by the jealous Ben Zaitin, which will cause them to break up. When I tell people there's more to this world than you can't see, I show them the spectrum range of eyes, then show them they can see the beam from TV remotes when it's in front of their face came to their phone, there's always blown away. Yeah, because I definitely believe there's more to this world than what we see, that more than what meets the eye. Especially the fact that we're here in the first place is something quite incredible. You know, and many different theories about it, but that is why, different theories about why we are here. Okay. And there's this station. Let's see. Yes, we humans only see fraction of the spectrum. The front-facing camera on phone are able to see infrared spectrum our eyes can't. Oh, yes. Yes. Understood, Joe. Now, as I said, we will be showing other trials that I have not shown that are more recent, but I will now, since Lori has only been learning about the depth trial, we will show some more of the depth trial this time. Alright, this is judging by the way our chat is tonight. Lori said, I like to learn what various critters can see, like bees, birds, and horses, wolves, etc. Oh, Lori, it's very fascinating, especially with spiders with all those eyes that they have. They see so much different than we do, and that's why I always like to think different things. So they see different, and I'm also curious about that too, about how they see things differently than we do. Like cats see things differently than we do. Yeah, it's interesting to study about like how these different critters will see different things. Now, for instance, just felines and some reptiles are able to see into infrared and ultraviolet. Some insects too. Oh yes. Oh, you're welcome, Lori. You're welcome. How do bees see things? Bees see a mosaic pixelated world that is sensitive to ultraviolet light and process movement much faster than humans. This unique vision composed of five eyes helps them navigate and find food and detect predators. Two large compound eyes. Located on the sides of the head, these are made of thousands of tiny hexagonal lenses called facets, which assemble into a single wide angle image. Three smaller ocelli. These simple eyes form a triangle on top of the head and do not produce sharp images. Instead, they detect light intensity and UV light, which is crucial for navigation. The bee color spectrum. Unlike humans who see colors based on red, green, and blue light, bees perceive a spectrum based on UV blue and green lights. They're truly amazing and way more advanced than we've given them credit for for real, facts. Flower petal markings look like an airfield lit up to bees. Yeah, that is true. The bee color spectrum. Unlike humans who see color based on red, green, and blue light, bees perceive a spectrum based on UV blue and green light. Can see bees are highly sensitive to blue, green, and UV lights. They also see a color called bees purple, a mix of yellow UV light that's invisible to humans. Cannot see. Bees cannot see the color red, which appears black to them. Flowers that appear red to humans often UV patterns that bees can detect. How bees see flowers. Nectar guides. Many flowers have patterns on their petals that are only visible in UV light. These nectar guides act like landing strips, directing the bees toward flower pollen and nectar. Iridescens. Some flowers have iridescent petals that shimmer and change color depending on the viewing angle. Bees associate this with sugar reward and are more likely to visit these flowers. Pollen detection. Bees can use their UV sight to distinguish pollen grains from the rest of the flower, making foraging more efficient. Bees process visual information much faster than humans, enabling them to perceive the world in what would be seen as a slow motion to us. Fast flicker fusion rates. Bees have a significantly faster flicker rate than humans, remaining they can distinguish individual flowers while flying high speeds. And to think microscopic nerve in a brain can do all that compared to human physiologamy. Yeah, like look how complex, intricate. It's like a microchip. It's certainly very, very intense. All right, built-in GPS. Polarized lights. The OCI can detect patterns in polarized lights scattered across the sky, which helps them orient themselves using sun compass even when it's hidden. Navigation maps. Foragers combine polarized light with local landmarks to create a mental map of their surroundings. The bee's brain has specialized central complex to process this navigation data. All right, so that is the breakdown about how bees see things. All right. So what we're going to be doing now is so as I said, we are going to show different trials that we've not seen before. We will be doing that, and I want to with Lori. We're going to show some more scenes of the depth trial since she hasn't seen it yet. She hasn't seen the whole thing yet. All right, let's go here. What is that right there? Okay, so we're going to go here. This is one I have not looked at yet, actually. This is of Depp speaking. Copy link address. All right. So those that are wondering why we're doing this again, it's because we are doing it again. And it is because there is chat that wants to learn more about this interesting case from a long time ago. All right. Here we go. I got real quiet for a second. That was interesting. I'm scared. All right, here we go. And we've done the rest of the topics that we were going to do, and now we will do this, and this will be the ending section of the show. All right, here we go. And as I said, I don't think I showed this clip yet. There's tons of clips I didn't even show yet. All right, here we go. This is of Depp.
It was a complete shock that it just didn't need to go in that direction, as nothing of the kind had ever happened, though the relationship, there were arguments and things of that nature, but never did I myself reach the point of striking Miss Heard in any way, nor have I ever struck any woman in my life. And so at the time, because the news of this, her accusations had sort of permeated the industry and then made its way through media and social media, became quite a global let's say, quote-unquote, fact, if you will. And since I knew that there was no truth to it whatsoever, I felt it my responsibility to stand up, not only for myself in that instance, but stand up for my children, who at the time were 14 and 16, and so they were in high school, and I thought it was diabolical that my children would have to go to school and have their friends or people in the school approach them with the infamous People magazine cover with Miss Heard with a dark bruise on her face. And then it just kept it kept multiplying. It just kept getting bigger and bigger. So it was my responsibility, I felt, to not only attempt to clear my name for the sake of, well, for many reasons, but I wanted to clear my children of this horrid thing that they were having to read about their father, which was untrue. And also, after many years of being in this industry, at the time it was I'd probably been in the industry 30 plus years, 35 years. Never had any problems, anything like that. And I had met many people over the years, many of the people, and had the opportunity to talk to those people and to even give advice to these people. And I'm not, my goal is the truth, My goal is the truth, because it killed me that people that I had spoken with, that I had met with over the years, who maybe were in a not such a great position and they needed advice, and I gave them the best advice I could. All I could think of was that those people would think that I was a fraud and that I had lied to them. And so I had to wait for my opportunity to address the charges, which were criminal charges. And they just weren't true. So I felt the responsibility of clearing the record as the only way that I could get to the point where I could speak has really taken this full 6 years. And it's been 6 years of trying times. It's very strange when one day you're Cinderella, so to speak, and then in 0.6 seconds you're Quasimodo. And I didn't deserve that, nor did my children, nor did the people who have believed in me for all these years. I didn't want any of those people to believe that I had done them wrong or lied to them or that I was a fraud. I pride myself on honesty. I pride myself on truth. Truth is the only thing I'm interested in. Other lies will get you nowhere, but lies build upon lies and build upon lies. It's too much to cover. I'm obsessed with the truth, and so today is the first opportunity that I've been able to speak about this case in full for the first time.
Mr. Depp, how do you feel about the intimate details of your life being aired in this process?
As a father, raising kids, when they were very, very little, it was important to me, very important to me, to try to shield my children as much as possible from looking at their father or their mom, for that matter, as novelties. I didn't want my children to experience hordes of paparazzis. So I was always a very private person. So for me to come up here and stand before you, or sit before you all, and spill the truth is quite exposing. And it's unfortunate that it's not only exposing for myself, it's exposing for my family, it's exposing for Miss Heard, it's exposing for... It never had to go in this direction. And so I can't say that I'm embarrassed, because I know that I'm doing the right thing.
Now, Mr. Depp, I'd like to turn a bit to your upbringing. We heard a bit from your sister Christy last week, but can you please tell the jury in your own words about your childhood upbringing?
I had a very interesting childhood, one that I thought was normal until a certain age. My mother, I was born in Kentucky, and then we moved, in which we moved around quite a lot when I was a kid. So you were always just, my mom had this, her feet were on fire and she had to move, you know, so we moved constantly. So you were always the new kid, and that wasn't ever particularly pleasant. Then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was about 7 or 8. And again, moved several times. But my mother was quite unpredictable. She was very unpredictable. She was she had the ability to be as cruel as anyone can be with all of us. That is to say, my sister Christy and my brother Danny and my sister Debbie, and also my father. So, essentially, she was, she could become quite violent, and she was quite violent, and she was quite cruel, and though there was physical abuse, certainly, which could be in the form of an ashtray being flung at you, you know, it hit you in the head, or you'd get beat with a high heel shoe or a telephone or whatever's handy. So in our house, there was no, we were never exposed to any type of safety or security. The only thing that one could do, really, was to try to stay out of the line of fire. I started to be able to observe, and I could start to see when she was about to head into a situation where she was going to get riled up, and somebody was going to get it. Generally, it was me.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned that your mother could be cruel. How could she be cruel?
Well, the various categories, I suppose, there's physical violence, of course, there's physical abuse, to which she was, that was a constant. That was just a constant, you know. We were all somewhat shell-shocked, you know, even if she just walked past us, you'd sort of shield yourself because you didn't know what was going to happen. Excuse me. And so there was the physical abuse, which was a constant. There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name calling and bullying. You know, making fun of whatever defect, you know, one might have. You know, if my brother wore glasses, so of course he was four eyes, or and his teeth were messed up in the front, so he was buck-toothed as well. My sister Christy, which this is such a hideous psychological play. My father's parents were quite refined. My mother comes from Eastern Kentucky, which is where you grow up in shacks and hollers, you know. And my mother despised my father's parents. And my grandmother's name was Violet. And every now and again you would hear my mother just scream across the house, "Come here, Violet, get in here, Violet." And Christy, my sister, knew very well that that was a deep cut, psychologically, emotionally. But we had to take it. I mean, you just had to take the pain. I was born with a very strange, it was a very rare thing in my eye, as the back of the lens is spherical, normally is spherical, so in this eye it isn't normal. This eye, I was born with a more conical lens, so my brain never learned to see out of my left eye, and they noticed when I was about 3, 4, that I had a lazy eye, a wandering eye, and she would call me cockeye, one eye, anything she could get to demean, humiliate. I even had to wear an eye patch on my good eye to strengthen my bad eye, so that it would cease to wander. It was exercising the muscles of the eye, though the brain had never learned to see. So I still, my vision in my left eye is, I'm legally blind in my left eye. But so yeah, the verbal abuse, the psychological abuse was almost worse than the beatings, because the beatings were just physical pain, and the physical pain you learn to deal with, you learn to accept it, you learn to deal with it. But the psychological and emotional abuse, that's what kind of tore us up, I think.
What about your father? What was he like?
My father was a very kind man. In fact, my father's still alive. He's a very kind man. He's a very quiet man. In fact, he's very shy. Not a confrontational person in any way. And when Betty Sue, my mother, would go off on a tangent toward my father, and of course in front of the kids it was no matter to her. He amazingly remained very, very stoic, and never, as she was rationing him with horrible things, he stood there and just looked at her while she delivered the pain, and he swallowed it. He took it. There was never one moment, never a moment when my father lost control and attacked my mother or hit my mother or even said a bad thing to my mother. The things that I witnessed were, there were a couple of times when it got too far, that I could see his eyes welling up as he was staring at her, saying nothing. And then the most that he would do is he would punch a wall. I once saw him punch a wall and shatter his hand because it wasn't drywall. It was proper concrete and steel wire and rebar and things of that nature. And but still, never touched her, never argued with her. He remained a gentleman, and to me, as a 5-year-old boy, I kept thinking to myself, I kept wondering why does he take it? How does he take this? And why doesn't he leave her? But he didn't, you know. He was able to maintain his calm and his composure. He was able to maintain his relationship with his children. He was a good man. He is a good man.
You mentioned that you saw your father punch a wall. How many times did you witness that?
I mean, out of I couldn't count the amount of fights that they had, but I know that I've seen my father strike a wall 2 or 3 times tops. Once when he broke his hand, but yeah, 2, 3 times at tops, you know.
Was your father ever abusive to you or any of your siblings?
No, my father was not an abusive man. At the same time, my father was also, to some degree, at the mercy of Betty Sue, because if he argued with what she wanted done, and that would just turn into another barrage of hatred towards him. So I can remember my father coming home from work, and maybe I'd gotten a bad report card, or maybe I'd gotten in trouble at school, or something like that. And my father would arrive home from work, and the first thing she would say was, "John, take him out there. He gets the belt. Give him the belt." And he wanted to know what it was about, so he'd take me out to the garage, and I'll never forget this white, thick leather 1970s era, thick leather white belt that he would take off, and then he would commence to inflict the punishment on me. But interestingly, there was one time when my father, I kept telling him I didn't do this. It was another incident. I kept swearing to him that I did not do what Betty Sue, what my mom had said that I'd done. But he went through with the punishment anyway. And then, not long after, he found out that I had been telling the truth and that I hadn't done what my mom had said that I'd done. And he came to me and apologized to me for having gone through with the whipping, you know, with the belt. And I have to say, my mom never did that. She couldn't. She knew what she knew. She was raised how she was raised. And I had no power to change what was inside of her, you know.
How did your parents' relationship ultimately come to an end, to your understanding?
When my father left, I didn't realize that he had left. He left for, I was 15. I had already left school, and I was a musician. I was playing in clubs and such. And he left for work one morning, just like every day, and was packing his car, and then he left. And then hours later, my mom, Betty Sue, came home from work. It was about 3:30 in the afternoon. And she walked in the door and stopped and just looked around like she felt something. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "Your daddy's gone." I said, "Yeah, I seen him leave for work this morning." She said, No, he's gone. And she ran into their bedroom and into their closet, and I followed her, and she opened the door, and there was his rack of clothing and all his belongings were gone. And she was quite upset, and I took her car and drove to my father's work, and I sat down in front of him at 15, and I said, "Listen, seems as though somebody stole all your clothes out of the closet." And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm done. I can't do it anymore. I can't live it anymore. You're the man. You're the man now." And those words didn't quite sit well with me. I didn't feel like I was ready to hear those words. But that's what I got. Then my mom went into a very, very dark place, a very deep, dark depression, as you can imagine. And one afternoon I woke up, I'd fallen asleep, and I woke up and walked out into the living room, and I saw my mother, very feebly, and like almost, it was like a slow motion crawl. If I could stand up, I could show you just what I saw. Do you mind? Do you
No,
want?
you can stand up.
Thank you. I saw my mother, you know, in that mode. So instantly, I knew that something was dreadfully wrong, and there's drool coming out of her mouth. And as I was about to run and call, the front door busted open, and my uncle and two paramedics came in and threw her on the gurney and whisked her out of the house to get her to the hospital to pump her stomach. She had swallowed a multitude of pills to try to take herself out, to try to commit suicide. And when she got out of the hospital, she was a small firecracker of a woman. She was about 5'2". But when she got out of the hospital, the depression was so deep. She was down to, like, she lived on the couch and she weighed about 70 pounds. And that, all that imagery spun into my head at that time, that I thought that was in my head at the time, I thought that was a cowardly way for my father to have left. And I was deeply upset by that. Until my father and I had a conversation years later, where I asked him what really happened, how did it happen when I was older, and he told me the story.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Depp, how did you feel about your father when he left?
I was very disappointed in him, because I started to believe that his exit was sneaky, cowardly. He didn't. When he said goodbye to me, when he left for work that morning, he just said goodbye. Goodbye, Bob. And I went, see you later, Pop. That was it. Until I learned the truth from him.
And without getting into what your father told you, how has your impression of your father changed now?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, this is just an understanding of his perception of his family.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children. When my girl Vanessa got pregnant, I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing, but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that will clearly, that could kill you. So I would ease them away from things of that nature with a more of a conversation as opposed to a flat out, don't you ever do that again, and threats and things of that nature. I did not raise my children that way. Nor did Vanessa. We never raised our voices in front of our children, ever.
How do you think your experiences with your parents in your childhood affected your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
I'm sorry, one more time.
How did your experiences observing your parents as a child affect your approach to your relationship with Miss Heard?
Well, in the beginning of my relationship with Miss Heard, there was, from what I recall and what I remember, she was it was as if she was too good to be true. She was attentive, she was loving, she was smart, she was kind, she was funny, she was understanding, and we had many things in common, certain blues music and, well, music, literature, things of that nature. So for that year or year and a half, it was amazing. There were a couple of things that, I don't know, stuck in my head that I noticed that I thought might be a little bit of a dilemma at some point. For example, I worked quite a lot, and when I would come home from work, I would come in the house or the hotel, and she would sit me down on the couch and give me a glass of wine and take my boots off, set them to the side, and I'd never experienced anything like that in my life. I just never thought I just never experienced that before. And it became a regular thing that she did, this kind of routine. And I remember one night I came home from work, and I think she was on the phone or something, or busy. She was doing something, and so I sat down on the couch and I took my boots off, and suddenly Miss Heard approached with this look on her face that she just said, "What did you just do? What did you do?" I said, "What do you mean?" "You took your boots off." I said, "Yeah, yes, I did. You were busy, you know." No, that's my job. That's what I do. You don't do that. I do that." "Okay, all right then." And then she said, "Let me get you a glass of wine." And she brought me the glass of wine. But I did take pause, of course, at the fact that she was visibly shaken or upset that I had broken her rules of routine. I thought that strange. And then once you notice something like that, then you start to notice other little tidbits and things that come out. And then within a year and a half, she had become this another person almost.
Mr. Depp, we're going to talk about Miss Heard in a couple minutes, but I'd like to first talk about your career in Hollywood. And so could you please tell the jury how you ended up acting in the first place?
I ended up acting by accident. I was a musician, and I'd moved out to Los Angeles with my band when I was 20 years old. And then there were a couple of things that happened in the band where the band split up, and I remember I was filling out job applications, and then Nick, with a friend of mine who happens to be, he was an actor, less known then than he is now, Nicolas Cage. And I was filling out job applications at any, video stores, clothing stores, anything, just to be able to pay the rent. And Nick Cage said, why don't you meet my agent, because I think you're an actor. I think you could be an actor. And I said, look, I'll meet anybody, I'll do anything at this point. And so he sent me to his agent, Eileen Feldman, and I met with her. She sent me to read for a casting director named Annette Benson, who was casting a film called The Nightmare on Elm Street. They brought me back to read for the director, Wes Craven, and I read for Wes Craven and somehow got the job. But I mean, I was by no means an actor. I didn't have any desire to be an actor. I was a musician. But the fact that these people were going to pay me what I found to be a ludicrous sum of money, which was it was kind of the SAG minimum. It was $1,284 a week, which I'd never seen that kind of dough before in my life. And so I suddenly, and then I did some other couple of dumb movies because I still, in my mind, I was a musician, and this was just a way to pay the rent, pay the bills, live. Then suddenly I found myself on that road. I had been placed on that road as an actor, and then one thing led to another, from film to film, and then I was cast in a TV series called 21 Jump Street when I was 22, I believe.
Mr. Depp, between the time that you were cast in Nightmare on Elm Street and you were cast in 21 Jump Street, how did you enjoy acting during that time?
It was foreign to me. But I didn't have any great ambition to be an actor. I'm a naturally, normally, I've always been quite a shy person. I've always been quite introverted. And so there was a very strange metamorphosis from being one of four, that is to say, one of four in a band where you have this fraternity or this brotherhood, and you're out there fighting the world together to try to get that record deal or whatever you're looking for. And when I got on this series and my life started to change in various ways, that is to say that people started to, you know, you'd go into a restaurant and you'd see people whispering and pointing and all that. I was very uncomfortable with it. I was very uncomfortable with it, and I didn't like it. Just because I never wanted to be the lead singer and the guy out front and will get all the attention, and I didn't. So suddenly I was on my own, and I was having to deal with this newfound sort of notoriety, and it was odd. It was very odd, and it was. Yeah, it was a very uncomfortable thing. I mean, I don't think it's anything that one can get used to. I'm still not used to it now, and which I'm actually glad that I'm not used to it, because if I were, I don't think I'd be the same person that I am.
Mr. Depp, did there come a time when you became passionate about acting?
Once I realized that that's the road that I was on, and that any attempt at going back to music would be it would have been. I hated the idea that since the television series had come out and I had been exposed as this character or this actor, I had to realize in my own mind and heart that there was no going back to music, because I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to use whatever amount of success that I had attained from the TV series and that sort of thing. I didn't want to use that to influence, you know, some career in music. I had far too much respect for music than to just become what they wanted me to become, which was a, you know, teen idol or a teeny, you know, that sort of thing. I fought that with everything in my being. So once I realized that music was no longer an option, then I began to study at various places. You know, the Loft Studio, which is now long gone. In Los Angeles, I studied with some other teachers, Saunders Seacat. I read all the books that you could read, and all that was great, but you realize that the only way to learn, or the only way to learn how to, it's not act necessarily, the only way to learn how to react and behave, because it's just behavior and it's reaction, was to do it. It's on the job training, it's trial by fire. So I did my best to work up my own approach towards a character and such.
And what were a couple of the first few projects that you worked on where you were really able to implement that approach?
I would say I would say that the first film that I had done that I really took, where I really felt, okay, I've done the work, I know what I need to do. I would say that was that where I considered myself an actor, I suppose, was when Oliver Stone cast me in Platoon in 1986.
How did you come to be cast in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Well, that's many years later, but I had been Disney had offered me a film called Hidalgo, when it was about a man and his horse in the desert and stuff, and I read the screenplay, and I just didn't think it was for me. But I wanted to have a meeting with them because at that point I had a 2-year-old, 2.5-year-old daughter, and so, or 3, and for 3 years I watched nothing but animated films, cartoons from Tex Avery to Bugs Bunny to that was all I watched with my little girl, and I received the screenplay for Pirates, and it was I somehow in my mind I saw this opportunity, like a way to mesh characters like cartoon characters. For example, Wile E. Coyote gets a boulder dropped on his head and he's completely crushed, but they cut to the next scene and he's just got a little bandage on his head. So I started thinking about the parameters that were available to cartoon characters, and if they were available to cartoon characters, and nobody ever asked a question, whether you were 5 or 95, you didn't ask a question. Oh, Wile E. Coyote, of course he's still alive. So I tried to incorporate these kind of ideas into the character of Captain Jack Sparrow, so that I could try to push those parameters and control the sort of suspension of disbelief, to be able to control the characters' actions, words, movements, and put them in a place where the things that he would do or say were so either ludicrous or mainly something that also something the cartoon characters can get away with things we can't. Captain Jack Sparrow can do things that I could never do. He could say things that I could never say. So it was for me a way to stretch the parameters of a character and take a risk in doing that. But if it panned out, I felt I was on a pretty good mission. If it panned out, I thought that it might be a character who would be accepted by 5-year-olds and 45-year-olds and 65-year-olds and 85-year-olds, and in the same way that Bugs Bunny is,
You mentioned
believed.
You mentioned that you received the script. When was that?
I'm sorry?
When did you first receive the script for Pirates of the Caribbean?
The first screenplay I received was 2002, I believe. Yeah, 2002.
And what did you think of that script when you received it?
I thought that it had all the kind of hallmarks of a Disney film. That is to say, a kind of a predictable predictable three-act structure with and the character of Captain Jack was more he was more like a swashbuckler type that would kind of swing in shirtless and, you know, be the hero. And I had quite different ideas about the character, so I incorporated my notes into character and brought that character to life, much to the chagrin of Disney initially.
Now, when you say you made changes to the character, how did you do that?
Just, you know, in preparation, you know, the very same way that I've ever approached any character. You look for a back history. You base it on, you know, it could be anything. Like Edward Scissorhands, for example, I based on a dog that I'd had and newborn babies. My sister had a couple of new babies, and I watched them, you know, because I thought that Edward would see things from the sort of from a place of innocence and not knowing exactly what things meant or were, and also that look of a pure, innocent child when they experience something for the first time. Those were the two main ingredients that I thought would serve the character. And with Captain Jack, again, the cartoons, you know, the Pepe Le Pew. It's like making a soup, you know. It's ingredients. It's just ingredients. There's some Pepe Le Pew in there. There's some Keith Richards in there. There's a bit of you know, I figured this is a guy who's been on the sea for the majority of his life. Quite possibly his brains may have been scrambled a bit by the sun. And also I thought that he'd been on the sea for so long that he had his sea legs, but when he got on land, he just didn't have his land legs. So he could never quite stand still.
How did the film ultimately turn out in your view?
I didn't see it. But I believe that the film, well, I mean, the film did pretty well, apparently, and they wanted to keep going, making more, and I was fine to do that, as there's great freedom in being able to. It's not like you become that person, but if you know that character to the degree that I did, because he was not what the writers wrote, so they really weren't able to write for him. So once you know a character better than the writers, that's when you have to be true to the character and add your words, add the rewrites. I was, I believed in the character wholeheartedly, and initially the Disney folks were somewhat upset.
Now, you mentioned that the film was, to your understanding, a great success. How did your life change after the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie came out?
Though I'd been around for many years already, and people knew who I was and all that. After Pirates 1 came out, there was a completely different. It was a completely different way of life was being sort of. You know, my family and I were being plunged into. That is to say, you know, at our house in Los Angeles, you would have people trying to climb the gates to get in to see Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have people trying to bust in the gates dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. You would have and follow you and your family. So that was the moment when there was no other way but to we had to hire more security guards, and I was certainly worried for my kids' safety. And so then that's when instead of just the one guy, there became several security people, because I wanted to make sure that my kids were safe when they went to school, or when they went to Disneyland, or when they went to the mall or whatever. So yes, more security, and then just getting followed, by hordes of paparazzi and things like that. It's I've had worse jobs, certainly. I can't complain about it. But after a while you realize that anonymity has left the building a long time ago. Anonymity's gone. And that's an odd thing to deal with. When you can't just drive down to the diner and get a cup of coffee or something. It's not possible. It turns into something else altogether. So it's acceptance, and of course there's a bit of sacrifice involved. I can't complain about the work that I've been given. I can't complain about any of that. I have no right to. But it does make you have to think very creatively when you've got little kids, about how to take them to the park, or to the swings, or to the this or that, or movie, or it becomes a strategic mission, and that's what happened after Pirates.
Now, you mentioned your family. Who did your family consist of at that time?
Vanessa, Parody, the mother of my children, who we were together for 14, 15 years. Myself, our daughter Lily Rose, and our boy Jack.
Now, you mentioned hiring more security. Did you already have a security team at the time that Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Yes, because there'd been more films prior to that. I mean, a number of films prior to that. So I was recognized, and I was known. So if you wanted to attempt to have any experience that might be normal, you sort of had to have somebody around to get you out of a squirrely situation should it arise. So I had security prior to that for who would travel with myself and my family. But not like, when I was at work, back then I didn't have security at work so much, not before Pirates. Pirates was really that was the thing that everything, it all turned around. It all just went weird.
So how did your security team change after Pirates of the Caribbean came out?
Well, like I said, with anything, it become more strategic, and you had to have more guys or gals because if Vanessa, for example, she worked in France quite a lot, and if she was in France, and I was in LA with the kiddies, then and working, security would basically pick my kids up at school or whatever and bring them home. So that became the routine, driving them to school, bringing them home. So yeah, and then if I went somewhere, it just, the security guards kind of multiplied because you needed to protect your street, your house, your kids. Endless.
So after Pirates of the Caribbean, who has been on your security team?
Jerry Judge was with me for, oh boy, over 20 years. Jerry Judge we've mentioned it before. It was a year or two ago. Jerry would go on film sets with me. He would do reconnaissance missions. That is to say, he would go to a country before we would go there, make sure all the hotel rooms were all taken care of and such. Or when I went on tour with, say, the Hollywood Vampires, which is a band that I played with, he would come on the road with me with another security guard. So there was Jerry Judge, there was Malcolm Connolly, who's been with me for 20 years or more, Leonard Damian, Sean Bett, Travis McGivern, Mark Gibbs. I mean, there are a few.
Are all of these security personnel still with you today?
Jerry has gone on to somewhere else. Jerry passed away from cancer, so Jerry made his exit. But the majority of those, I believe all of those fellows are still with me, yes.
When did Mr. Judge pass away?
I believe it was two years ago, roughly. Maybe a little less than 2 years ago.
Now I'd like to go through a couple of the names that you just mentioned. What is Malcolm Conley's purview in the realm of your security team?
What is his role?
Exactly, yes.
Now that Jerry is, Jerry and Malcolm had worked together for a very long time, so I'd met Malcolm through Jerry. After Jerry's passing, Malcolm obviously took over for Jerry, and so he would he took on extra responsibilities. He would have to make sure that there was someone on the ground wherever we were going that had done their recon, the reconnaissance, and to make sure that everything was set up by the time we got there, and that it would be a straight shot into the hotel without a gaggle of paparazzi. You didn't have to walk through 50 screaming, hollering photographers. So you'd go in through a garage door and through a slippery kitchen, and you were taken to your room where you stayed.
When did Malcolm Conley join your team?
Malcolm had joined. Jerry brought him on, so Malcolm has been with me for over 20 years now.
And in those 20 years, how often have you physically been present with Malcolm?
With Malcolm?
Yes.
Endless, countless, all over the world. Everywhere. Los Angeles, Japan, Serbia, films, tour. Malcolm was my, when we were on the Vampires tour in Europe, throughout Europe, and Malcolm was on the bus with me. We lived on the bus together, basically.
How often is Malcolm in LA with you?
It depends if there's or if there was a larger premiere, where where it had to be worked out so that it didn't turn into a chaotic or dangerous event, because sometimes there are, between you and the people, there are these barriers, and sometimes the professional photographers or the professional autograph people will surge forward, and in the front rows of these, behind these barriers, you have little kids and older women and older men, and so when the professionals would surge forward, these people would start getting kind of crushed against this metal deterrent, and that was the most worrisome thing when you're at a premiere and there are thousands and thousands of people there, and I've always called it running the gauntlet. Essentially what it is that people are there to say hi and to support the film or the cast or whatever. So I've always gone out and signed for those people. I've always gone out and signed for all or as many as I possibly could. I mean, to the point of sometimes Jerry Judge would literally pick me up off the ground to make me stop signing and take me away. So, yeah, it was those kind of things. Again, you don't really get used to that, so I forget what the original part of your question was. I got lost in the gauntlet.
I'll move on. What about Sean Bett? How long is...
You want to go ahead and take a break now? Would that be okay for afternoon break?
Fine. That's
Let's
fine.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please do, we'll take 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay? Thank you. Stay there for a minute. Thank you.
That's all it comes. With you in their living room, from a television series or from various films that they've seen, there's nothing menacing about being recognized. Sometimes there can be. Sometimes people can get weird, but we've found that it's just it's better all around if I stay in my hotel room and don't go out to too many restaurants or anything, because it generally causes a bit of a hubbub. If you go to a restaurant, someone calls the paparazzi, and you go in for a meal and you come out and there's 30 guys out there. It can be a little overwhelming. It's not something, I think I said it before, it's not something that it's not something that I've ever gotten used to, and it's something that I hope I never get used to. Because I don't think of myself in those terms. I used to be Johnny, if that makes sense. I used to be Johnny, and then my name, full name, which I honestly find still, it's difficult, it's uncomfortable to say my own name, because when I say it, I hear the commodity, I hear the product. So I went from Johnny to Johnny Depp, and then that name, with that name, Johnny Depp, and some image was cultivated. Certainly not by me, but the media, especially in those days, they must label you. They have to give you a label. And labels are one of the things that I've fought vigorously with regard to my work. I never wanted to be the poster boy. I never wanted to be the. I don't have, I'm not built with that kind of hubris. I don't have that kind of confidence. I can do virtually anything playing a character. I can become the character in my work, and that character may be able to spit out 100 words a minute, but me, myself, Johnny, I cannot. So therein lies the difference,
Mr. Depp, other than acting, what other artistic pursuits do you have that may be a little less known to the general public?
Well, I've remained a musician. I've been a musician. I started playing the guitar when I was 12 years old, and that saved my life, because I locked myself into in my bedroom at the age of 12, listening to records, moving the needle back, and then learning that piece, and then learning it again. So so much so that I don't remember. I have no memory of going through puberty. I was just playing the guitar. I was obsessed with my guitar.
Any other artistic pursuits?
I've always drawn since I was very small, since I was very little, and always enjoyed drawing, and then began to paint, and so there started learning about painting and trying to I suppose different ways of expressing oneself, different ways to release the things that are living in your head, whether they be beautiful memories, whether they be horrific memories, whether they be I have I need to create. It's a need. It's a. Of course, I want to create as well, but I actually need to create because I need to summon whatever it is that I need to summon, to whether that's within a film or a painting or a guitar note. All of those things should come from a place an organic place, a place of truth. Because if they don't, well, then you're just lying, aren't you? Every bit of truth, the person doesn't have to say anything on film. What's important is what's behind the eyes. And if they do say something, what's important is not necessarily the words that they say. It's very easy to say, I love you, but what brings it into the realm of truth is what's underneath it, what's not being said, the subtext, if you will. So, any artistic or creative venture, any film, anything that I do, that's where I'm coming from. That's my approach.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned words, and I think the jury has already seen some words that you've written in text messages.
Yes.
Can you please tell the jury a little bit about how you write?
Certainly. When I was young, when I was about 12 years old, my elder brother, Danny, walked into my room and ripped the Peter Frampton record off my record player, threw it across the room, and said, you got to stop listening to this stuff. And he put this record on, and it started, and I'd never heard anything like it. It was called Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. And so I'm a kid, 12 years old. So my brother had turned me on to Van Morrison, then he turned me on to soundtracks like Clockwork Orange or Last Tango in Paris. He turned me on to books by Jack Kerouac. He turned me on to books by Ginsberg, Philip K. Dick. Salinger. The whole James Joyce, the whole Hemingway, the whole thing. So I became very interested in vocabulary and the unique voices of these writers. And then I started reading people like Tom Robbins and Hunter S. Thompson, and then ended up becoming very close friends with Hunter Thompson for the last 10, 12 years of his life. And Hunter's writing, of course, because of the amount I spent, of time I spent with him, it has influenced my writing greatly. Hunter was known for inventing a thing called gonzo journalism, which is, it's the author putting himself in the situation as opposed to writing it from the author's point of view. He writes it with him in it. And there are great embellishments, and embellishments are great sort of ways that he would twist things and express his feelings, and so he became a huge hero, of course, to me, and a great friend. In my texts and in my emails, or sometimes just even in my writing, you take the subject and you try to express it in your own vernacular, and in that, for example, with the text messages that I apologize that everyone's had to experience, I am ashamed of some of the references made. I'm embarrassed that at the time, the heat of the moment, the heat of the pain that I was feeling, went to dark places. There is no, if you're writing, there is no set place that you have to stay in. You can travel, and sometimes pain has to be dealt with humor, and sometimes very dark humor. I grew up watching Monty Python, so yes, it can tend to get into dark humor. It can tend to get words are used that for emphasis, and words are used to express what you're feeling at the time, and it's just like growing up. You learn from those mistakes, you learn from those things, and you move forward, and that's how you start to understand your own vernacular and what's important, what's necessary and what's not necessary. I tend to be quite expressive in my writing, and after the unfortunate words of Ms. Heard made their way into my heart, and my head. Those are two very opposing things. So you're trying to find the best way to express something to a friend. Sometimes you're exaggerating, something that you've done, just to make it sound, just to make him understand that, I'm on planet question mark here. I don't know what's going on, but I know I'm in this situation, and I know that it cannot continue.
Mr. Depp, the jury's heard quite a bit from Ms. Heard's side about your drug and alcohol use, but I'm sure they'd like to hear from you. So could you please just tell them about your history of substance use?
Certainly. Again, this goes back to when I was a young boy. Excuse me. At about the age of, I don't know, 4 or 5 years old, I can remember vividly my mom telling me to go get her nerve pills, out of her purse that was hanging on the back of the door. So I'd go get the nerve pills, and I'd bring her the nerve pill. She'd take it, and after a few years, you start to notice, you start to think about nerve pills. And then she seemed to calm down after she took those nerve pills. So when I was 11 years old, I wanted to calm down, and I didn't know how to. So I'd bring my mom her nerve pill, I would walk away, and I would take one myself to escape caring so much, feeling so much, to escape the chaotic nature of what we were living through. So that was the beginning when I realized that nerve pills calm the nerves. It's a pretty young age to do that. I can't say that I'm proud of admitting to that, but I have to say that I knew not what else to do. I knew nothing else that I could do. So as we were all growing up, there was always those kids who would say, let's party. Let's go party. I want to party. I've never used the word party in my life. I've never taken any substance for a party. I have taken these substances over the years, on and off, to numb myself of the ghosts, the wraiths that were still with me, and from my youth. So I needed, they were everything. It was essentially just self-medication. One of those get me out of here moments, and where you want to escape from is your own brain, your own head.
How often have you used substances throughout your life?
Having started with my mother's nerve pills at 11, of course, that's around the age that you're introduced to marijuana, you're introduced to, and also depending on where you're living and who you're associating with and who's around the neighborhood. I wasn't shy to try a substance to see if the effect of it would maybe even take a bit more of the edge off. So I started at 11, and I mean, I even mentioned this in an interview in TV Guide, if anyone remembers TV Guide, in 1989, where I was asked by the journalist why I believed that kids who were watching the show, 21 Jump Street, about police officers in school as undercover cops, but as students, I was asked why these kids or whoever should believe me or trust me or listen to me, and I said, look, I could, because I've experienced it, and I can tell them that there is no future in it, that there's nothing but a kind of a postponing of the inevitable. That one day you're going to have to face those feelings. One day you will meet those, let's call them demons from your youth. So I was straight up, open and honest at that time in a very, I mean, TV Guide was it was right at the register when you checked out at the grocery store. It was like the most popular thing, and it was a very straight little magazine. But I told them I'd pretty much done all the drugs that I was aware of by the time I was 15 years old, and which was true. Now, that doesn't mean to say that I continued into that, forest of possibilities with regard to substances. I wasn't dropping acid every 5 minutes. I wasn't. There were many years that I didn't touch a substance and no drugs. There were many years that I didn't have a drink. So it's, as I said, it's never been for the sort of party effect. It's been for trying to numb the things inside that can plague someone's who's experienced trauma. But the characterization of the characterization of my substance, quote unquote, substance abuse that's been delivered by Ms. Heard is grossly embellished, and I'm sorry to say, but a lot of it is just plainly false. I think that it was easy. It was an easy. I think it was an easy target for her to hit, because once you've trusted somebody for a certain amount of years and you've told them all the secrets of your life, that information then, of course, can be used against you, especially if it's taken to a point that is teetering on impossible, and teeters over impossible, in fact, at times. It's so, I am not some maniac who needs to be high or loaded all the time. In fact, in Australia, from before Australia and in Australia, I had been off of alcohol for, I believe it was about 18 months.
Mr. Depp, you've mentioned some periods of sobriety throughout your life. How many would you estimate you've had?
Quite a number. On various films, you see. I guess maybe by example, if anyone's, if you're familiar with Hunter Thompson's book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, which I was lucky enough to make into a film with Terry Gilliam. The film calls for myself and my attorney to be absolutely blotto out of our heads constantly throughout the film. And most people just assume that, well, they just got wasted and they filmed them. There would have been no way you couldn't act that. You couldn't make that film with two actors who were loaded. There would be no way. And then to the other extreme, Donnie Brasco, a film that I made about an FBI agent. I had to go into a training regime where I had to eat 5 meals a day, drink 5 shakes a day, these protein shakes per day, work out 3 to 4 hours a day because I had to gain 20 to 30 pounds of muscle. There was certainly no abuse of substances then. There's been no abuse of substances on film sets. There have been there's been no moments where I would have been considered out of control. Never. In fact, it's not been mentioned. I'm sure they don't want to mention it, but I remember that because when I was with Ms. Heard and her friends, and we were all drinking wine, and I smoking marijuana, they used to tease me because of what they said was a ludicrous tolerance, because I never appeared loaded or high or any of that. Even if I felt a little spinny I know no one would have ever known.
Mr. Depp, is there any substance that you've ever been addicted to?
Yes.
And what is that?
Roxycodone or Roxycontin, which is it's an opiate. It's I think oxycodone has the opiate and then some pain like paracetamol or something, and then the Roxys are just the opiate, as far as I remember. And when I was working on Pirates 4, and there was a scene in which I had to grab this large gold and red, stately gilt chair, pick it up and throw it, chuck it out this big giant window. And so I did it, and as I swung around to throw the chair out the window, I felt this immediate electricity from the bottom of my spine down my left leg, and it was like an electricity that burned. So I had obviously it was sciatica, so I had obviously pinched something, done something. So I saw a chiropractor or a kine or whatever. I saw chiropractors and to no avail. Then I saw a doctor, and the only pain medication that she recommended and prescribed to me was Roxycodone. And there was a part of me that was a little bit worried, just in a sense that I know I've witnessed friends and people over the years who've had problems with heroin, and I didn't want to get bit by that snake. And I started taking the Roxys, and I was bit by the snake. And then before you know it, that monkey is on your back to stay. And it's not like you take those pills to get high. You take them to once the addiction has grabbed hold of you. You're not taking those pills to get high. You're taking those pills to get well, or to get better. Because if you're without the pill, your body will start to go into various you'll withdrawals. And so I was on the Roxys for a number of years, 4 or 5 years, I think, maybe more, I don't know. But the key was that if you take 2, you will be what they call on the knot. You will be that. You will just drop into sleep. Yes, I didn't like being dependent on these pills. I didn't like being dependent on a drug that you'd take only so you wouldn't get withdrawals. That's what it becomes. it's like a junkie. The reason why so many, well, now there's a huge fentanyl problem, but the reason why junkies generally, why they end up overdosing is because they're looking for the first high again. And you don't get that. You don't get your first high again. So what do? You up the stakes and you put more, you take more. And that's what makes that's what makes things go dark for them. Because they overestimated the amount that their body could tolerate, and they go blue and they die. So, yeah, didn't want that.
Mr. Depp, do you have an estimate as to what year you started taking the opiates that you just described?
When 2000, or excuse me, it was Pirates. Bless you. 4, I believe. Pirates 4. No, it was Pirates 4. Rob Marshall directed it. I don't know what year that was. Maybe. I actually don't. I have no idea what year that was.
Was it before you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
Yes. I believe so.
And you didn't detox, and you detoxed from those opiates during your relationship with Miss Heard. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, so of course, yes. So they must have, yeah, they did come around prior to my meeting Miss Heard.
After you detoxed from the opiates, have you ever taken any opiates ever again?
No, I can't. That's no. Once you've been bit, you'll be bit again. So no, even with my finger, I think that it was like Motrin 800, but no opiates. No, I have not taken an opiate since, and I won't unless I plan on going through the hell of the pure horror of detoxing, of coming off those drugs. No.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to now turn to your relationship with Miss Heard. Can you please tell the jury how you met Miss Heard?
2000, in around 2008, Hunter Thompson and I were going through some of his manuscripts of his books that have been published, and then I found this manuscript in one of his boxes, and it was called The Rum Diary, and I had heard about it, and I knew it was what they called his long-lost novel, in fact, the only novel he ever wrote. And I showed it to him, and Hunter was shocked. Oh my God, that's where it is, And so he said, read me some. So I started reading this to him, and he said, this is a movie, we must produce this together. And, he got all excited about the idea of doing that. So we went right into it, and we started to set up meetings to get money, financing to develop the project. And we finally ended up getting the money to develop the project and to make the film. Hunter, from his own dilemmas in his life, committed suicide. But having had long talks with him, I knew every angle of the book, but I knew every angle of the film that he wanted, which was going to be a bit different than the book. And Bruce Robinson, who was a great writer-director, directed a film called With Nail and I and How to Get Ahead in Advertising, was the one director that Hunter and I talked about. And so I went to Bruce, who was a friend of mine, and I ripped him out of retirement because he never wanted to direct another film again. I pulled him out of retirement after 27 years, and he agreed to write the screenplay and direct the film. And we proceeded. During the auditioning process, Bruce was, before that, Hunter had very specific ideas of what these characters should be. Bruce had been auditioning girls or women for the role of Chenault in the film, and there were this sort of starlets that were up and coming, or there were some that were well known and things of that nature. But you know, one of the things that Hunter was very against was stunt casting. That is to say, put a bunch of very famous people in a movie and let them go, and then hope for the money in the end. So Bruce had asked me. He said he had been auditioning this one particular actress named Amber Heard. He said that he'd auditioned her 5 times, and he was he wasn't sure about her capabilities as an actress with regard to the film and the character and taking direction and that sort of thing. So he asked me if I would read with her for the film, and I had already met a number of actresses and things, and so what I said to Mr. Robinson is, I said, Bruce, I don't. If you've auditioned her 5 times, you've seen the best and the worst, I suppose. So me putting her, this girl in an uncomfortable situation, you know, saying, hey, all right, let's read this, I think it's a far better idea that we just meet so that I can see how she behaves, see how she reacts, because that's really all it is, reaction, behavior, and you don't have to push anything else, you know. So they made an appointment. She came to my office. I took one look at her and I thought, yeah, that's the Chenault that Hunter wants. That's the one. I thought, yeah, she could definitely kill me. That's what Hunter wants. And so we spoke, and she was sweet as pie, pleasant, again, you know, intelligent, literate, very good taste. And I felt like what I felt and what I told Bruce was, look, when you put someone in a situation that they're obviously going to feel under pressure, it's not the best way to really know what they're capable of. And I made suggestions such as and which I ended up making to Ms. Heard. I made suggestions of films that might give her some insight into what we were looking for in terms of the film. Which is to say, I gave her films like To Have and Have Not, and things of that nature, because I wanted to. There was something very important that felt she needed to know about stillness, as opposed to, going broad or acting a little too much. So I felt like I could be a bit of a traffic cop in that sense, so that, because if we could connect, then it could work, as long as there was truth in her eyes, and as long as there was truth coming out of her dialogue, then it's all in the editing. So I felt that I could help her with that idea of stillness, and so that's when I first met Miss Heard.
How would you describe your interactions with Ms. Heard when you worked together on the Rum Diary?
Initially, mostly very, very, very few interactions. I remember there was a time I wasn't working that day, but I was producing, one of the producers of the film, and it was a scene from the book that was a scene where Ms. Heard's character was in a nightclub and were amongst the locals, and she's very drunk and everybody's very drunk, and she ends up dancing with a few of the local, like one of the local guys and stuff, and then the other local guys start to sort of close in on her. In the book and in the screenplay, as it was written, there was a requirement for nudity for the part, and I was on set the day that they were shooting that, and as I was watching the crowd coming in on her, I realized, you know what? Because I would check on Ms. Heard and say, "Are you all right? Are you sure you're okay?" Because this is, she was like, "No, I'm fine, fine, fine." But I realized that with the crowd surging in towards her, that we wouldn't have to do the nudity, because if she took her shirt off and she had a red bra on and a skirt, then if she had a red bra in her hand, when the crowd surged in on her, all she had to do was lift the red bra up out of the crowd, and there's no nudity, but it's certainly implied, because then the character disappears for a few days, and she's quite a wreck when she comes back, because bad things have happened to her. So I remember telling Ms. Heard, "Hey, you don't have to take your clothes off. You don't have to take your top off. You don't have to. Everything's cool." And she was appreciative. But other than that, we didn't really have much interaction until there was a scene where I'm taking a shower, and then she comes into the room and she opens the shower, and we kiss. And that moment was yeah, it felt like something. It felt like something that I shouldn't be feeling, because she had her wife, and even though it was a scene, and she had her wife, and I had Vanessa and kitties, and yeah.
When would you say your romantic relationship with Miss Hurd actually began, if not in that moment?
Well, I think there was something in the kiss in the shower that was very real. So that day after work, Miss Hurd had come to my trailer, and I was just sitting there listening to actually old blues stuff, and we had a glass of wine, and we kissed. And at that point, my trailer was the only trailer in the parking lot. She had a mind to stay in the trailer there for a while with me, and I didn't think that was a very good idea on any level, especially since there were about 9 Teamsters waiting to move the trailer. And then that was that until whenever we did the first day of the press junket for the Rum Diary in Los Angeles 2 years later, and she had broken up, I believe, with her wife, and my for lack of my wife, we weren't married, but she was, of course, my wife, Vanessa. We had some not so great situations, you know. She was stuck in America. She wanted to go back to France. She wanted to have her life back. She's a well-known singer there. She started to see each other here and there, occasionally.
Between the end of the filming of the Rum Diary and the press junket, did you and Miss Hurd communicate at any time in between?
I don't remember. I remember that there was a white dress that she really was infatuated with, that she really loved this dress that she wore in the film. And so I went to Colleen Atwood, the costume designer, and to Bruce, and I said, do you think we can snag this white dress and send it to Amber, after she'd wrapped, because she loved the thing. I remember talking to her, I think, then, but briefly.
What did you like about Miss Heard when you first started your romantic relationship?
She seemed to be. She seemed to be the. She seemed to be the perfect partner, in a sense, in my head, for me, because she, as I said, she seemed to be very knowledgeable about old obscure blues music that I listened to and really liked. She was literate. She was sweet, funny, nice, all those things, you know. And she was, and from the beginning of our relationship at that time, for a good year and a half, she was wonderful. And then things just started to change, or things started to reveal themselves. That's, I think, is a better way to put it.
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that Miss Heard would take off your boots when you would get home from work. What other types of behaviors did you observe in Miss Heard early in the relationship?
Little things that you would kind of, that it would just, you'd question in the back of your mind, you know, if she wanted to go to bed, I'd say, oh, well, I can't sleep, you know, right now. And rather than go and just lay in a bed and stare at the ceiling, I would say, I'll just watch, I'll be out here watching TV or hanging out. And that was just not acceptable. Just not acceptable. It would stir up some rather unusual reactions from her. I didn't understand why I, as a 50-something-year-old man, was not allowed to go to sleep when I wanted to, as opposed to when she wanted to. It started out with little things like that. And again, they just, they just, I suppose like anything, if they're allowed to continue, then they are allowed to grow. They're allowed to blossom into whatever they're going to become.
What were you and Miss Heard's nicknames for each other?
I called her Slim.
Why is that?
I called her Slim because of the film that I had given her to watch, like in terms of stillness, was Lauren Bacall and Humphrey Bogart. And I called her Slim, and she called me Steve, which was Lauren Bacall's and Humphrey Bogart's nicknames for each other in the film. That was their names in the film. And it wasn't lost on me, the fact that there was an age difference, and that my God, when Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, that's when they met on that film, he was 45 years old and she was 19. And they stayed together until, well, for many years, until Bogart passed away. So, yeah, there was a kind of a joke, not joke, but just, yeah, I acknowledge the fact that I was the old craggy bogey and she was this beautiful creature, just this stunning creature.
When did you first meet Miss Heard's parents?
I first met Miss Heard's parents when they had come out to Los Angeles, I believe, and yeah, and I feel like that I met them. I think they came to my place, to my studio, and they were two completely opposite end of the spectrum people. Paige was she was an angel. She was an angel, and I loved her very much. I loved her instantly, and we had a very good relationship. Her father, David, was the opposite end of that. He was this outrageous kind of, almost like a cartoon cowboy, you know. And he was, the initial thought, I mean, my initial kind of definition for David would have been rascally, like a rascal, you know. But I loved, I mean, I grew to love them both very much, as well as her sister Whitney. And yes, it felt like I had been welcomed into some sort of family. I had been accepted into this family, and those relationships stayed solid until just a bit after we'd separated.
How often did you spend time with Miss Heard's parents during your relationship with Miss Heard?
Quite a lot. Whether I used to have a boat, and we would take her parents, her family, and we'd go sail the boat and, you know, drop anchor at the island, and we would spend a week, 2 weeks, whatever, on the boat, on the island. Also, they would come to Los Angeles quite a bit. We also would go to Austin here and there to see them, visit them. Every year we would, on their anniversary, I had a friend of mine who had a restaurant in Austin, like a very good restaurant in Austin, and I'd call him up and basically set it up so that every year on their anniversary they could just go there, and they'd be taken care of, and there would be no bill, so they could just celebrate. And I think one of the things we did was, yes, we would try to order them car so that they could drink. I was very fond of them, very fond of them.
Now, you mentioned Miss Heard's sister, Whitney. When did you first meet Whitney?
I don't remember exactly when I met Whitney the first time, but I felt when I first met Whitney, there was something in what I saw of Whitney that was much less confident than Amber, much more revealing of insecurities.
Objection, Your Honor, just foundation. What he
All right.
saw in Whitney.
I think if you could answer the question.
Okay.
You want to ask the question again? That's fine.
We can move on.
Okay, that's fine.
How would you describe your relationship with Whitney?
Great. I mean, fantastic. She was, I called her sis. I loved her, you know. I had always felt something, I'd always felt like Whitney had missed out on something.
Same objection.
All righty.
We can move on.
Okay, thank you.
Where was Whitney living when you and Miss Heard first started your relationship?
She was living with her then boyfriend, Sean Krajewski.
Was this in the same? Where was Miss Heard living when you first started your relationship?
Miss Heard had informed me that she just moved to a new place on Orange Avenue,
What city is that in?
Los Angeles. Sorry, yeah.
And was Whitney also living in Los Angeles?
Whitney was living in Los Angeles, yes, with Sean Krajewski and yeah.
So how often would you see Whitney when you and Miss Heard were in a relationship?
Oh, a lot. Whitney would come over all the time with her boyfriend for dinners and such. Miss Heard always liked having people over, you know, for dinner parties and social kind of events at her place.
Have you ever done any drugs with Whitney?
Yes,
How often would you do that?
with Whitney.
Yes, with Whitney.
Maybe three times, maybe twice, 3 times.
Did there come a time when Whitney moved into the penthouses that you owned at the Eastern Columbia building?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but I do remember that it was after Rocky Pennington and yes, I believe Josh Drew was there already as well. Whitney, I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her penthouse 4 to live in.
And how long did she live there for?
Oh boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
And how much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
Now, you said you did drugs a couple times with Whitney. What drugs were you doing with Whitney?
Whitney and I had done a line or 2 of cocaine together.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah. Immediately. I was introduced to the whole gang, you know. Rocky, Io, Brittany Eustace, Whitney, certainly. Who else? That's all that comes to mind at the moment.
No, you mentioned Rocky. Who is that specifically?
Raquel Pennington. It was Miss Heard's good friend from youth, I suppose.
And I think you mentioned Brittany Eustace as well. Who was that?
Brittany Eustace was just one of the gals, you know. She was one of the gals, and she was quite bubbly and funny and real sweet girl, southern girl. I haven't seen her in. I think that something went sideways between Brittany Eustace and the girls, because she suddenly just disappeared from the group.
And when was that?
We were probably a year and a half, or maybe 2 years into the relationship, 3 years maybe.
And I believe you mentioned someone named Io. Who is that?
Io Tillett Wright was a friend of Ms. Heard's from New York City, who was who had identified as she was born a female, if that's the right terminology these days, born a female, but she was she had chosen she at a very young age she had decided that she was a male, and she identified as a male. And Io seemed to be, again, she was very intelligent, very literate, kind of a go-get-em kind of activist type. And she was writing a book, I remember. She was writing a book, Io, or he was writing a book, rather. And I had a house on one of my, on Sweetser, one of the houses there was empty. And it was in fact a house that I'd set up to write in. And when she had no place to stay or go, whatever, I called her over and I showed her the house, you know, where the desk was and all the things. And so I said, write your book, you know, write your book here. So she did.
Did Io end up living in that house or just working there?
No, Io ended up, no, she ended up living in the house for somewhere in the neighborhood of a year, I guess. Somewhere about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
Nothing.
And did there also come a time when Rocky moved into the penthouses at the Eastern Columbia building?
Rocky moved into penthouse 2.
And do you recall when that was?
Oh no, penthouse 1. Sorry, penthouse 1. That was not long after Ms. Heard and I started to begin to dress that place up as our residence. So it wasn't very long after that at all that Rocky came. I had already had my friend Isaac, who you've met, Isaac Baruch, the painter. I had already given him a penthouse 2 to stay in and live in and paint in, because he'd just come back from Florida, and his mom had passed away, and I think he had about $3 in his pocket. So I gave him the penthouse and asked him if he had enough paint, and so he lived there.
Why did Rocky move into the penthouses?
Objection, foundation.
I'll overrule foundation.
And hearsay. The question potentially calls for hearsay.
I'll overrule that for the moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Depp.
Why did, sorry, what was it again?
Why did Rocky end up moving into the penthouses?
Well, she ended up moving into the penthouses. I don't recall. I believe it was something to do with just not having a place. And Amber had asked if I would be okay with, Rocky moving in.
Right, everybody. So, about to sneeze probably, but let's see what Latina has to say. Latina says these famous people will only F with other famous people, I've been told, because they have handlers. And G says Latina and Joe, yep. She broke Jap Hammer once. Makes more sense to me that there are always retarded acting genius. Thank you, G. That they just want to stay relevant and want to maintain Hollywood connections. Yeah, yes, Latina, that may be the case, certainly. There's truth to that. I agree. And it just seems like a really warped, twisted ecosystem over there that these things are happening. And it is entertaining, and it's a good, legal practice to, see how the law, these trials work, and it shows about Hollywood, how things function over there. It shows educational reasons, and also for very funny, lots of funny jokes, and it's not as graphic and violent as a lot of the trials that we usually see. So, and Latina, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you here with us, and I'm glad you like the chat humor. I appreciate it. And now, for the night, we'll be ending it. We reached the ending point, and tomorrow we will continue. Thank you, Joe. And Joe, it's nice to see you too, and Bob as well. So I want to say thank you all for coming here and hanging out with us and watching the stream and the trial. And see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for coming and all the laughs that we had. And we have another message. For all we know, Amber is known as Amber Hoover Heard. Yeah, you never know, Joe. It's possible. Yeah. Yes, exactly, G. All right. Okay. I see the time. I didn't quite realize the time, but I was checking the time, but it went really by really fast. So, all right, everybody. Thank you all. Have a good evening and peace.